What's up, everybody? Welcome to E3 Live from an undisclosed location in Los Angeles, California. E3 is back after a one-year hiatus. I am Greg Miller, one of your three hosts this week, and I, of course, am joined by one of my other hosts, Jackie Jing. Hello, Jackie.
Hi. Oh my gosh, it's happening.
Can you believe we're here?
Yeah, we don't. Give me a hug, you.
No, exactly. Get out of here, masks. No one needs you anymore, except for when I leave the set. When we leave the stage, we have to wear the masks. Actually.
Oh, I love the Batman mask.
Thank you very much. Well, we all found a new fashion sense in 2020, didn't we?
Yes, indeed.
Of course, as I explained earlier, E3 is back, but things are a little different than usual. There, of course, is no in-person convention this year. Our presentations will be virtual, but trust me, all of the news and excitement is very real. So while we may be here in Los Angeles reacting, all of you get the opportunity to see every announcement from the comfort of your own home.
Yeah, that is right, Greg. We are coming to you from here in LA and sending the show out all over the world, from coast to coast in the US, to Latin America, to the Middle East, to the EU, to Japan, to China, and more. We're spanning over a dozen different countries, several continents, and if the Wi-Fi connection is working okay, maybe a space station or two orbiting Earth. All this with the helping hand of some of the most trusted media companies around the globe. Very exciting.
Oh my gosh, it's the best, right? And as it continues to go, that was one of the things that I think was so exciting to me when they approached me on hosting, right?
Yeah.
Was the idea that this truly is a global event. They want to get everybody involved, everybody touch the ball, localizations, different people, different outlets covering it, and really making it, you know, E3 for all. This giant E3 that we can all celebrate together, even though we're still apart.
Yeah, what's so exciting is the accessibility, and I just feel like everyone is so hyped. Brian Altano dropping us a tweet at like 5:30 a.m. Because you know he wakes up that early all the time, right?
He's got a kid now.
I know, but even before he had a kid, he's just an early riser, I think.
You don't know Brian Altano from IG when he used to party. Trust me, he was not waking up, ladies.
You're right.
And
I did know Daddy Altano, so okay. But yeah, it was just so exciting this morning, waking up to all of the tweets and all of the excitement. You know, 2020 kept us apart from our friends and family, but 2021 is bringing us all back together again. We have a whole host of media friends from around the gaming community to react with over the next few days. And that brings me to our third host, Alex Golden Boy Mendez, who is with our media partners. Hi, everybody. Hi.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. We are here in our Tetris Collective set. It's actually quite nice here. We're excited to be a part of E3 this year, and I'm joined by some of our friends and media partners. We got the one and only Damon Hatfield from IGN. Coop, good to see you here. We also have my good friend and co-worker, right here, Avali May, G4 TV, baby. We also have Dan Casey, the legend himself from the Nerdist.
That's so nice of you.
Dude, big fan, always have been. And the person who's become my new best friend over the last few hours, we got Michael Hyam from GameSpot. Michael, what's up, man?
Thanks for having me here.
I appreciate that. I appreciated that 100%. Of course, thank you guys so much for joining us here today. And you know, we're going to be talking about all the latest and greatest that's going to be coming out of E3. But before we do that, I want to get your guys' quick reactions. You know, Dan, we'll start with you. What are you looking forward to here at E3?
There's so much to get excited about. I'm really stoked for the PC gaming show because there's a lot of great stuff that comes out of that every year, a lot of indies, but in particular, Dying Light 2. I can finally live my dream of perishing in a parkour accident without actually perishing in a parkour accident from the safety of my own home. It's going to be so much fun. We've seen a lot from that game. There's a lot of surprises to come.
Yeah, I think all of us would rather not perish from a parkour accident. Damon, what about for you, bud?
We got Ubisoft coming up today. My favorite thing to do in video games is clear outposts, so Far Cry 6 is very exciting to me. I'm also a rabid fan of turn-based strategy games, so if Ubisoft had something along those lines to show us, I would say, yahoo!
Oh, look at that. Huh? Okay, all right. Avali, what about for you?
I'm excited about everything, GB. This is the first time that I get to join everyone here at E3, so I've got like the nervous sweats as well as the excitement sweats.
That's right, the best sweats.
But what I'm looking forward to is hearing some news from Capcom, because I know a lot of people have their fingers crossed for potentially another VR experience. And
Maybe.
I would die for that, GB. I'd die for it.
Yeah, for a lady.
We could talk about that later on in the show.
Okay.
We'll get into that later.
Okay, we got a very long next few days. Michael, what about for you, bud?
I'm going to be staying on brand, and I would say Square Enix, but not because of Marvel or any of the big names. I'm talking about Babylon's Fall. That is the game that was revealed in E3 2018, and it went radio silent. But Platinum Games, I know that they got something up their sleeve, and I know that you're a big fan. Obviously, you're a big fan of Platinum Games as well. But Nier Automata is one of the best games of all time, and I want to see what Platinum has up their sleeve this time around.
Bold statements here from Michael. That's what you're going to be hearing all weekend, folks. Bold statements, hot takes. That's what you want to hear. But we want to thank everyone for joining us, and we'll have more in just a moment. But first, we actually have a special announcement to share with all of our fans. And to help with the news, here's a very special guest.
Hey everyone, I'm Mayor Eric Garcetti. And to all the video game fans and supporters, developers and publishers out there today, welcome to E3. Los Angeles loves and not just because we've hosted this conference over 20 times. We love E3 because this town is a gaming town, home to some of the biggest gaming companies and a multitude of independent studios. LA is home to a growing concentration of game developers and publishers, esports teams and talent agencies and investors, cutting-edge technology and innovation. And that's just the start. And that's just the start of what makes LA a hub for the video game industry, and what makes our city such a good fit for E3. You have an incredible few days ahead of you. So enjoy, and we'll look forward to seeing you in person here in the City of Angels in 2022.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Next year, E3 in person, back in LA. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
I was like going Super Saiyan.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Well,
it's all happening, right? All the restrictions are coming off. I mean, the fact that like we're able to be here, you and I together, but Alex, I mean, then to have GameSpot, Nerdist, IGN, G4 all under one roof, right? Like that was a dream last year when we were all at our houses watching streams.
Totally. Actually, during rehearsal, you and I were like, can we?
Yeah,
like,
it's the thing about it. Yeah, you know.
There's
what I mean?
no glass between us anymore. But yeah.
But we're here. It's happening. We're all in person, and we're excited to be in person with you next year, ladies and gentlemen. What an amazing start to this year's E3. There are so many more announcements on their way over the course of this year's Expo. So stick with us, everyone. There's much more when we return.
We're not just nerds. We have people that are like us and get us.
It just solidified gaming as the monolith that's not going anywhere anytime soon.
E3 is hype.
If you're not at E3, you're not doing it right.
It's just excitement.
The size of it all.
The connection of people from different walks of life.
People that I've met in games across the world.
I've been famous enough to go exactly one time.
It was almost like a holiday.
I was always envious. It sounded super top secret. It was awesome as hell. That was a good 3 days.
For several days, we all just go, God, video games are the best. And you become friends. It's happened to me multiple times at E3.
Just to be around positive people that love what I love.
And the people that make video games shower us in games.
It was something we aspired to.
It is magical every year, honestly.
It's a celebration, I think, of how far we've come as people who just love games.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to E3 2021. I'm Stan Pierre-Louis, the president and CEO of the Entertainment Software Association. The ESA serves as the voice and advocate for the U.S. video game industry. We've also hosted E3 since it started in 1995. Every E3 has its own story, and this one is certainly unique. Given the times in which we live, while we couldn't host the event last year, we've been amazed by the role games have played in our everyday lives. During the pandemic that prevented us from being with so many family, friends, and colleagues, video games connected us, entertained us, and brought us together. I'm not just saying this because I love video games or because I work in the industry. As a player and as a parent, I experience this firsthand, and I hear similar stories every day from people from all walks of life. Games kept us sane and kept us connected. That's what makes coming together this year for E3 so special. It's an opportunity to convene and celebrate as a community. With that in mind, I would like to thank the publishers, developers, platforms, sponsors, and media partners joining this year's festivities to share their plans about the future of games. We'll also give voice to the many conversations we're all having today about games and about society. And throughout this year's event, we'll be sure to reflect the broad community as well as the positive impact games have had on society. Now, I would be remiss if in a year of so much loss, I didn't acknowledge the passing of an industry giant earlier this year. Robert Altman founded ZeniMax, acquired Bethesda Softworks, and went on to build brands and franchises that are among the most popular. Under his leadership, his team created games that continue to delight fans around the world. I got to know Robert in his role as chair of ESA's board of directors. What I learned was that he absolutely loved the creativity and dedication of his team. He relished the opportunity to gather as an industry, including at E3, and he adored his family. It's great to know that his legacy and the games they produced live on. Now, over the next few days, we'll celebrate games, the people who create them, and those who play them. We'll bring you big reveals from companies large and small. We'll also have some great surprises along the way, so stay tuned. Thanks for all the love you've shown games this past year. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the next few days of pure fun and excitement.
Thank you so much, Stan, for that. Appreciate it. And let's take a look at how this week is going to play out, starting with a look at tomorrow's huge slate of devs and publishers. We just saw an exclusive clip, by the way, from Naraka Blade Point, which we'll see more tomorrow with 24 Entertainment. And then we get the Xbox and Bethesda Games Showcase, followed by Square Enix Presents, and WB Games Back for Blood will follow with some heat of their own. Then it's the PC Gaming Show and future games to close us out.
Then let's look ahead to Monday. Don't miss things as Verizon unveils their initiatives and partnerships in the gaming space, followed by Intellivision. Take-Two will address diversity and inclusion in the gaming space. Then it's Mythical Games to announce what's coming soon from their team. If you like indie games, we put the independent developers in the spotlight too. Freedom Games will follow, and then you won't want to miss what Capcom has to unleash. Razer will end the day with a look at some of their new products.
And we wrap things up on Tuesday as Nintendo leads the way. Things are sure to get off to a huge start that day as Bandai Namco will follow up with their newest titles. Eureka will take the floor, and then GameSpot chimes in as we wrap things up with the E3 Awards. So you don't want to miss a single second.
You don't, Alex. You really don't. Why would you go anywhere else?
I don't know why.
Right here.
By the way, we have a new area.
How many more areas are there?
You're going to have to watch and find out for more.
I'll just tell you right now, this is it. There's three.
Greg, we just got to try and keep luring them in, man.
But why lie to them? Because then the Twitch chat gets all mad. All right. With so many heavy hitters and announcements to come, we want to pose the questions to ourselves here, but also to you at home throughout the coverage of E3. So make sure you're voting in our polls throughout the day. It doesn't matter if you're watching on Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, or your YouTube pages. Simply type into the vote into the chat and go, and all the votes get tallied up live and they're shown on screen. So I will pose the first question, Golden Boy. What developer are we most excited for? And I'll accept publishers as well. Put it all into your little chats.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to keep it real. All right, anyone who knows me knows that I'm a Halo fanatic.
Here we go.
So I'm sorry, I got to go with my boys at 343. I'm so excited to see anything from Halo Infinite. The Halo community is buzzing right now, and we're all very excited about what could potentially be
Of course,
shown.
you see the chat running away, 42%, so we're going to talk about Xbox in a second beyond that. But let's talk about the real elephant in the room, ladies and gentlemen. Marvel's Avengers, Black Panther, War for Wakanda.
How many times I got to tell you, Greg, stop attacking me?
I need you to get on my level, all right?
I am excited for it, though. It looks, obviously, we're going to hopefully see more out of it. We are going to see more out of it, and I'm sure it's going to be awesome. Greg's been going nuts about the Avengers this entire time. I appreciate that. You're like me with Halo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so let's go back to Halo, because let me see the thing. Yeah, 39% of people are excited for Xbox and Bethesda.
People are excited for Nintendo as well. So
sure.
Obviously it's Nintendo. How could you not be excited for that? But where's the love for Ubisoft, Square Enix? I have a feeling we're going to see some heaters.
Oh, of course. But I think one of the big things about that, right, is the fact that Ubisoft is imminent. That is today. Gearbox is today. I feel like E3 is all about unwrapping that last big Christmas gift. And when do you want to do that? You know what I mean? You come down and beneath the tree, you have all the small ones. You got the one big one in the back there. When do you go for it?
Yeah, that's right. And Christmas will come early this year because tomorrow we got the Xbox and Bethesda Games Showcase. I already mentioned Halo. I'm always looking forward to that. I'm always looking forward to whatever comes out of the Forza camp,
of course,
as well, if we get something cool there. But what makes this one so unique, Greg, is that this time around, two of my favorite press conferences have joined together the Xbox Bethesda Game Showcase, which means
Starfield.
Maybe Starfield.
Give us Starfield. We have to. It's the game that has so much hype, and we know nothing about it. The time is now. Phil Spencer, Todd Howard, come out, embrace, and then just unleash it on us.
If they actually, ideally, I would like for them to come out in jetpacks. You know?
Sure.
Descending onto
Perfect
the stage.
world, yeah.
Phil, I know you're watching, so just you descend into the stage with Todd, and then you guys announce Starfield then and there. I think everyone will be rather moist, and it'll be fantastic.
Do you ever think about it, though? Look, this is the trailer. This is what we know about Starfield, and people are like, going to be the greatest game of the generation. They will go to bat for it. They will fight for it. They will do everything they need for it.
There are people right now fighting for Starfield's honor on Reddit somewhere.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
But I'm excited for it, man. You know, anything from Bethesda, though, truthfully, it's a treat. A great studio, an incredible history, as we heard Stan talking about earlier. And really, there's just there's a lot of hype. There's a lot of passion that I think is going to be coming out of that camp. And that's the reason why everyone is so excited for it.
I mean, you're talking about taking the Xbox fan base, which is already so powerful and so riled up, and the Bethesda fan base and making them one family. Like, yeah, you totally expect something from that. And all I want outside of all that is smaller game news. Where's 12 minutes? Give me a release date for 12 minutes.
Yeah,
all right?
Fair enough.
Jackie, we're pretty hyped for Microsoft on Sunday. Why don't you and the squad let us know what you think about some of the other big names looking to make a splash at E3?
All right, thanks so much, Greg. Yeah, so much to look forward to, but first we do want to remind everyone at home, if you want some limited edition E3 merch, including hats, t-shirts, and jackets, it is all available at e3expo.com/shop. Have y'all seen the bomber jacket?
They look awesome.
Oh my gosh.
It looks good.
We're stealing some.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a couple.
Okay, we're gonna do that for sure. But okay, my E3 crew, so excited to be with all of you, by the way. But Greg and Golden Boy talked about Xbox and Starfield, all that jazz a bit. But I want to hear what y'all are hyped about. So let's just go down the docket here. We're going to start with Square Enix, okay? They recently announced that they'll be dropping a world premiere from IDOS Montreal, an update on Babylon's Fall. I see Michael nodding a lot here. Details on the Black Panther expansion, and a first look at Life is Strange Remastered. Probably see some true colors, too. My question is, any ideas on the IDOS Montreal title? Deus Ex?
Ideas, yes.
Deus Ex?
Probably not Deus Ex. Although
How dare you? I wanted to bring out my little sunglasses that you click and go whoop, but okay, I guess not. But continue, yeah.
Well, there's rumors. Nothing is confirmed yet. But I think there are some Guardians that are keeping that very secret until the big reveal later on.
I'm going to steal this from someone said this during rehearsals, though. But now might be a good time where you might want to have a cyberpunk style game. So I'm like hoping for Deus Ex.
Yes, I'm here for it.
Like Deus Ex is one of the most impactful franchises in my life.
Yes.
The original one that came out in 2000, like it's old now, but man, I still got so many memories. And like Human Revolution and Mankind Divided were like almost hitting those notes. But I feel like now would be a good time to like bring that back. And I know immersive sims like might not sell well, whatever, but those are my styles of games. And yo, bring back Deus Ex, please.
I know, please. We'll see who's right, Damon or Michael and me.
I'd be happy. I'd be happy to have it.
I'm probably gonna be wrong.
Well, I know. We'll see. It could be a stretch there.
I feel like they took the good guesses. Meanwhile, I just want to like wildly speculate.
Okay, let's hear it.
Kingdom Hearts 7, where all of a sudden everyone turns into Mickey for some reason. But those seem like they're actually might happen.
Yours doesn't
like
seem
those.
off base at all. What do you think?
No, I'm pretty sure Kingdom Hearts, a game where Donald actually heals you. Like I'd be down for that.
Let's not talk about something that's physically impossible.
Dan, any ideas for you?
I think I'm very curious. As much as I would love to commit minor crimes to make Deus Ex a reality, I'm used to being. I'm used to waiting for Deus Ex. It'll come in due time, so I'm sure it's going to be something totally surprising. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just stoked for more Life is Strange as well. So I can't get my hopes too high when I have so many awesome things coming my way.
And I think with the Life is Strange, the remaster, they're actually packaging like the first one and then the prequel together. So if you missed one of them, you could get all of them again.
Okay, yeah. Life is Strange, I'm so absolutely hyped for. Animation is just off the wall and then just so heartfelt and just like hits me in the feels so much. But all right, Damon, I'm gonna put you in the hot seat here because Greg Miller was telling me he used to kick your butt Or actually, you guys would have been a really good team in Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, that's not.
Is that not how it went
cooperating
down?
Left 4 Dead.
Well, no, you could play each other too.
The versus mode.
Yeah, well, we never played that.
Okay.
We didn't play
Oh, okay, so it was co-op. All right.
Because
well,
you kept
I was
getting your butt.
assuming.
That's true. That's true.
Okay, I was assuming that you were ready for Back 4 Blood and you were gonna take Greg down. But okay, I guess y'all were doing co-op, so my bad.
No. We're cooperative gamers. I'm super excited for Back 4 Blood.
Yeah.
God, it feels like a lifetime ago that we were playing Left 4 Dead with a bunch of other IGNers. So yeah, it's nice to have basically Left 4 Dead 3 Back 4 Blood coming.
Okay, awesome. I mean, zombies, like, we can always use more zombies. Girl, I was gonna get to you and Lady D. Okay, let's talk about
are we going
Capcom.
in?
Let's
Are we
do it.
going? Okay.
As a tall lady, I'm obviously a big fan of the vampire tall lady. So obviously, Resident Evil 25th anniversary. I'm assuming some big drops here. Just no more creepy baby. Is everybody with me on that?
Oh, for sure.
Thank you. I never want to see that again, Capcom. Thank you. But okay, yes.
But you know what we need to see?
More Lady D?
We had like Resident Evil 7 with the whole VR experience where, it was basically poop your pants simulator because everything was coming at you and you were terrified. Absolutely terrified.
Yes.
But dear God, what I would give if we got Resident Evil 8 VR edition, because then not only will I run straight into Lady D begging her to slash me with those nails, I am going to be playing. I'm like, cool, she's coming towards me. And then I'm heading straight for the floor. I'm heading straight for the floor, looking upwards and going, step on me. And that's all I need out of the VR experience, Jackie. That's all I need.
First off, I would say relax, but also I feel you on that one.
I think we are all in that camp.
Well,
I think we are all in that camp.
If I'm gonna keep it real though, like Resident Evil 7, the VR component was such a big deal. If you actually played through that whole game in VR, it was wild. It was like one of the best VR experiences, legitimately. And Resident Evil Village is a great game already. So if you can put that in VR, that would be wild, especially if you want to bring it to PC VR as well, and maybe line it up for the PS VR 2 or whatever, whenever that's gonna come. Have that as like a big hitter. That would be a big deal. And also, hey, shouts out to all my Susio boys out there. If you want to go,
just be careful if you buy a haptic suit as well, because my pal Kyle Hill did the
Whoa,
math.
hey, chill,
and
chill,
you
chill.
will explode. You will explode if you get stepped upon. It's literally science.
Relax.
I'm willing to take that chance.
All right. Godspeed.
Worth it.
Dan, Onimusha, are we going to see any of that?
I hope so.
Malik and I were chatting
my
yesterday,
God.
and he's like, you got to ask Dan that.
Oh my God. I would mortgage everything I have for more Onimusha.
So you're telling me we're going to see Dino Crisis?
Why must you do this to me? I feel like I'm being relentlessly taunted here with all these titles. I hope they come. I hope they happen. If they do, it'll be a great day, but I'm sure they have some awesome stuff lined up, because even if it's Resident Evil 8 VR, even if we get some rumors of a popular fighting game, maybe a sequel to that, who knows? It's going to be an exciting presentation.
Okay, and then we got to talk about Gearbox, everybody. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I can't even talk because I'm so excited about it. She is one of my favorite video game characters of all time. She's just this little wild thing, right? And it's gonna be a fantasy epic. I'm super amped about it. So how are we feeling? Am I the only one who's like that excited?
No, it looks
Roll for initiative. Just get in there.
Yes.
And Tiny Tina doesn't even look so tiny anymore that we saw
She's
just her
regular
skipping
size
through, and
Tina.
I'm like,
know.
so I'm very excited.
I know. I'm so excited. I mean, honestly, there are so many great items to discuss. If we want to go round robin really quickly, like, what are you most excited for? Damon.
Perfect Dark.
I knew that.
We got a little tease
Why
last
did I
year. I'm a
even
huge
ask?
fan of Perfect Dark. I can't believe it's back. Show me what this game looks like.
Michael.
I already said in the beginning, Babylon's Fall. Show me what that is.
Can you do that one more time? Oh my goodness, I can't believe you did that. I'll believe.
Jackie, get me on the floor. That's all I need. That and Heisenberg throwing like little metal nuts and bolts at me. Just.
Heisenberg, oh my goodness. I thought we were on the Lady D team, but okay, Dan.
Give me that sweet, sweet Starfield. I want to see what they have in store. I'm so curious.
Starfield. All right, well, some great answers there, but we are going to wrap things up here for a moment, but that doesn't mean the party is stopping. We are just getting started live from E3. Next up, we are talking Ubisoft. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy T-Pain. Just wanted to stop by and say thank you guys for watching the show. Thank you guys for enjoying E3. I can't wait till we get to be back in each other's faces and walk around these huge convention halls and stuff like that. And I can't wait to see you guys. Trust me. Somebody get me out of the house, please. Just come pick me up. Anybody. Don't even care who it is. Just come get me. Until then, keep sending candy. Keep sending candy. it's really helping. It's helping a lot. Thank you. Enjoy the show.
I can't believe Jackie just tried to turn Damon Hatfield against Greg Miller. All right, that's impossible. All right, everyone knows we are Left 4 Dead Dynamo. You and me going to be Back 4 Blood Dynamo. It's going to be all about it. But let's talk about Ubisoft. It's up next. We're finally there. What are you most excited to see at Ubi?
You know, well, we did get some news the other day about this whole Splinter Cell animated series that's dropping out. You know, if I'm a bad man, I'm out here thinking like, well, you're going to do an animated series about Splinter Cell. Well, it's a great way to accompany said animated series. I've been trying to pull this narrative the entire time. I just want Splinter Cell, Greg.
You are a betting man in the wrong way. I will gladly take this bet. $20,
Dude,
no Splinter Cell. No Splinter Cell game.
Mercs versus Spies, greatest multiplayer mode ever made. I stand by that statement. Stand by it.
As a Superman fan, let me tell you, Splinter Cell fans, it's time to give it up. You're never going to get another game. It's not going to happen. Don't bring the VR one into this. I saw them try to do this to me the other day on YouTube. Don't worry about it. For me, Far Cry 6. Yeah, I know we've seen so much about it, but I get more excited the more I see. And the fact, you know, they leaned a little bit and said, we are political. This is a political game. Giancarlo had a great interview with Jeff Keighley this week where he was talking about, like, I'm not the villain. And I love the fact that he's so into his characters that way.
Yeah.
I really hope they get to wow us today and show us, again, Chorizo, the wiener dog.
Yeah, but the truth is, Giancarlo Esposito could do anything, and I would be glued to my seat. So seeing him in Far Cry, it's really going to be fantastic. And I think, honestly, man, Ubisoft, like, I would like to see some little nuggets out there for Division fans. You know, my brother's a massive Division fan.
Dude,
plays all the time. He always talks to me about it. Maybe we get a little something like that.
But that was the thing, right? They went out of their way to say no Division 2 update, no Division Heartland. And I'm like, but Division Heartland's supposed to be so. Please just lie to me. Tell me you're lying to me. That's all I want to know.
I'm okay if you want to lie with me, Ubisoft. Okay.
The other one I think that's, I got to call it out for blessing Adeoye Jr. over at Kind of Funny is Riders Republic. Riders Republic had such a cool debut, then the delay. Like, where are we hitting with that? Where are we at with that game? What are the sports rings?
Because I feel like that is a genre that could really use something that would, like, reinvigorate it, right?
Yeah, 100%.
You know, we all remember the SSXs of the world and stuff like that, how much we loved it. 1080, those games, they were great. They were fantastic. I would really, really like to see some more updates on that game. What we'll get, maybe some more downhill biking as well, mountain biking. Man, I love that kind of stuff. Injected right in my veins.
Well, that's what's exciting about it, right, is that it's going to be the 2021 version of that, where you saw all the riders coming together doing that, having XP, having progression, understanding what that's going to look like in an online world. I can't wait. Let alone the fact, right, they've already talked about it. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, you'll be getting an update of some kind. How big that is, what does that mean, we don't know. Obviously, they talked about their TV shows. There's so much stuff going on, and that's the main show. Remember, of course, we're going to be going over to a pre-show that's going to be talking about Watch Dogs. That's going to be talking about so many other things, and I don't want to string you along any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for our first presentation. Let's send things over to Ubisoft as they prepare for Ubi Forward.
When humanity's pride would lead us to our downfall. When the heavens themselves would forsake us. The Kyoshin alone would look up to see what was hidden, to hear what was silenced. To cherish what was about to fade. Shedding their old selves, shimmering along the haze. embracing a new power to be transformed and awakened. They would carve their own path in the land of fire.
In the disability community, we have a saying, nothing about us without us. It's to say our rights, access, and inclusion in the world can't be met in proper or full ways without direct involvement. It's as true for gaming as it is access to a building. It's really important to us that we work with the community to improve accessibility. By not just involving, but valuing players and developers with first-hand experience of disability, we're much less likely to make mistakes in our approaches. Even if our efforts are well-intentioned, they might not really reduce a barrier or contribute to stigma. We're really thankful and proud of the community for their contributions.
When I was working with Ubisoft on Watch Dogs Legion, we got to sit down at a table going through ideas on how a feature could be used, like the directional captioning, or what kind of information could be on the screen at the same time. Whatever could be removed. There was a lot of going back and forth to make sure there was no confusion. It was great how they were double checking to make sure they got it right. I grew up waiting for accessibility to be something companies can talk about.
Watch Dogs Legion's Play As Anyone innovation brought with it a promise of diversity and inclusion that inspired our team to make accessibility a core pillar of our design from the very beginning. The game offers a visualized sound effect system that captions hundreds of ambient world and gameplay sounds, from birds singing to footsteps to cars accelerating or crashing, each prioritized by context and spatialized with a directional indicator. The Watch Dogs Legion's team is extremely proud to have achieved this new level of accessibility, but it's only the beginning. Games that are truly accessible to everyone will require continuous innovation and effort, and I look forward to seeing today's innovations become tomorrow's standards.
On Assassin's Creed Valhalla, we started working on accessibility features very early in the process. We have options for players to choose their text size, but also the text size of the subtitles. You can add a background to your HUD elements to make sure the contrast is good for you. We can adjust the icon size also, depending on your gaming setup. We want to make sure you get the most out of it.
Ubisoft's goal is to make games that enrich our players' lives. And key to that is making games that are inclusive and accessible to all. What we've seen is that by talking to the community and learning from each other, our teams are really inspired to innovate and find solutions, striving to challenge themselves and always improve.
So, you might often see on social media a game announcing that it's gone gold. But the question is, what does that actually mean? You may not know this already, so I'm going to tell you. So when we say that a game has gone gold, it means that the game has been approved for manufacture. So that can be Sony, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Nintendo, whichever platforms we're targeting for that specific game. The game is fully playable, it's stable, it's got a decent level of performance, and everything's basically working. And also that we've passed all of the compliance requirements from those first parties, and they have basically said, yep, off you go to manufacture. And then we start making the discs from there. So the term going gold comes from when this was all done on physical discs. It's digital now, but when this was physical discs, the ones that were sent to the manufacturer companies with that version of the game on that has been given the thumbs up, they were gold coloured, and so we still use that term today. So when we go gold, it doesn't mean that all the work is done for the team. We usually go to manufacture about 6 to 8 weeks before launch, so there's some time there that we can use to properly polish the game and fix things like stability and little niggly issues that might impact the gameplay when we go live. One of my best memories from shipping a game is when we were working on the Division 2, and we decided quite last minute there that we wanted to make some improvements to the onboarding and tutorials right at the beginning of the game. So what that involved was me running around the office, just speaking to people, trying to see what was possible, what was safe to do, what changes we could make that were really going to improve everything. And it was great to be able to work that tiny bit of magic right at the end that was going to improve the experience for everyone. So when a game goes gold, that's quite a big milestone for the team. It means that something that they've been working on for quite a few years is almost ready to go. So remember to give them a shout out when you hear a game's gone gold. It means that we're all really excited to see you get your hands on the final product.
When I started this project, the homework I got from, from the Ubisoft team was go home and play. My name is Einar Salvik, a musician and composer from Norway.
My name is Julie Fowlis, and I'm a musician and a singer from Scotland. I predominantly sing in Scottish Gaelic. The music that I perform is deeply rooted, the music of the Highlands and Islands in particular.
I understood quickly that myself and people in the music team of Ubisoft, we had a lot of the same ideas and vision of what my part in it could be. When I decided I wanted to have Julie on board and she's accepted, I could already hear the music in a way. I've known Julie for a long time, been a fan, and yeah, always hoped at some point come an opportunity to do something together. I do connect to her way of approaching the older song traditions. It feels great to have her part of this.
It was certainly an amazing opportunity to work with Einar. I love his work, I love his music, and his approach to making music. To work with Einar on these songs was just something to me that felt quite natural and really enjoyable, actually.
I have implemented instruments such as the lyre, which would be the most common string instrument at the time. I of course used the bronze horns that we also have in Scandinavia and was present in Ireland at this time and for a long period before this as well. One instrument that I introduced that I didn't use in the main game is the crwth. It's a form of lyre. Was present in both Ireland and Wales and Scotland.
So of the two songs that we worked on, one of them was an Old Irish, Flann for Eden.
That is actually an excerpt of a poem dating from the early 800s. That was the intention of the song, creating a praise poem for Flann. The Liafalis, there are many strange myths about it. It is sort of the coronation stone that had a power of choosing the king. When a truthful king would touch it, the ground would resound beneath it. It is sort of the heartstone of Ireland.
It was really a great experience working on these two songs. They were very, very different stylistically and linguistically also.
We wanted the Gaelic language, Old Irish Gaelic, which is a mysterious language.
This is a language that we have evidence of through writing, but we don't know how it sounded.
We don't actually know for sure how it sounded, so it's a little bit of educated guessing.
The legend is that the stone will bring woe, but the song claims if Ireland came to peril, the stone would rain a storm of wonders.
But Ciara is a very important character in this story. Ciara means the dark-haired one, and it was challenging for me too. I had to adopt the voice of this amazing character who's a very, very strong character. But it was really incredible recording the voice parts and being directed in real time from Canada.
I put a lot of heart into my work. It's important that it reflects the game, but also reflects the culture.
The music and the language, they really shape our identity as Gaels. It was hugely satisfying to work on the music, and actually for me it was a great way to channel some creativity during the pandemic.
1986, Brittany, France. The Guillemot brothers catch a glimpse of the future and launch Ubisoft. No internet, no emails. Just a bunch of people and a passion for technology and games. Today, Ubisoft still has an eye on a future where 85% of the jobs that will exist in 2030 haven't even been invented yet. Since Ubisoft can't predict the future, we need people ready to forge it. Talented people who aren't afraid to create the unknown. And Amandine Lower is one of those people. This is Amandine.
Coucou.
She hates interviews.
Sorry about that.
But we'll find a way, because it's worth it. I could tell you she's a junior developer, a graduate of a video game school, but I won't, because she's not. Instead, I'll tell you the story of an unexpected career path. Well, I'm the narrator, by the way. I don't really exist, but I know Amandine and I know Ubisoft. She'll correct me if I get anything wrong.
I can do that.
Amandine loves arts and crafts. She draws illustrations and character art. She can crochet tiny cute animals. She studied languages at the University of Chambéry, France. She lived in New Mexico and Japan. In each new place, she started off from scratch, totally lost, barely understanding a word, and she loved it.
I can't say it was always easy, but I love developing new skills to get out of tricky situations.
This is Peo. He hates turning his camera on during calls.
But I'll make an exception for you.
But he'll make an exception for us. Peo is Amandine's first real boss. He recruited her in 2016 for an internship in communications, even if she didn't have a degree in communications. She seemed daring and resourceful. He trusted her immediately. And yes, Amandine plays video games, but lots of people at Ubisoft play games. Many don't, and that's just how Ubisoft likes it. Amandine managed Ubisoft's internal weekly newsletter. She felt this job was a perfect match for her independent spirit and her taste for new challenges. But she'll never forget Peo saying, "Push the button, Amandine. It will only be sent to 11,000 people." It's 20,000 now. Props to Maureen, she's now the one in charge of sending the email.
Easy peasy.
This is Colleen. She's a content communications manager. She helped Amandine build on what she learned with Peo when she hired her next.
She wasn't afraid to break with convention, and I really encourage that.
Because it provides a new way of doing things. Amandine started organizing conferences and writing speeches for Ubisoft speakers. She was learning something new again, and she loved it.
I know it sounds weird, but she's telling the truth. I love a good challenge.
But in Amandine's head, a little seed had been planted. An idea was forming. She was so close to the people making the games she loved. 2 years later, it became clear. She wanted to be a line designer. Amandine reached out to Elizabeth. She was leading teams of line designers at the time.
The way she talked about the game she liked was so passionate and professional. She was even able to connect an IP to a player journey and talk about those tiny details that can sometimes make a huge difference on the quality of the game.
Amandine started helping production teams design the content of their games. She's one of the bridges between the top management at HQ and the production teams in Ubisoft studios around the world. She is an interpreter, as she has always been.
Yes, being a line designer is all about communication.
You can always reinterpret your skills in a brand new way. Looking back, without Peo and Colleen, she would have missed a key step. That's it. Thanks, Amandine, for your inspiring story.
Merci.
Before I go, did you like this story? Head over to ubisoft.com to hear more just like this one and maybe even take your first step towards creating the unknown with Ubisoft.
And I really encourage that.
Easy peasy.
Rated E10.
Hello everyone. As you may already know, Ubisoft has been supporting indie studios for many years now. Whether it's on production, innovation, creative or even financial support, our teams have been supporting indie studios from all over the world. Today, we wanted to use Forward to highlight a selection of indie games we've had the pleasure of supporting recently. Enjoy!
Hi, I'm Sandro, the co-founder of Tucana Interactive, a young independent game development studio based in Berlin, Germany, currently working on Dorfromantik. Dorfromantik is a relaxing strategy and puzzle game where you create an ever-growing idyllic landscape by placing tiles. You can immerse yourself in a beautiful, peaceful and quiet world if you need a break from everyday life. But Dorfromantik also offers a challenge for those who are looking for one. Because to beat the high score, you do not only need to plan ahead, but also place your tiles very strategically. We are the lucky winners for Ubisoft's Entrepreneurs Indie Camp in the German-speaking area, and we are excited for the upcoming acceleration program, where we participate in mentoring sessions and are able to receive marketing support, such as the Indie Game Arena booth at Gamescom. Dorfromantik is already available right now in early access and will go into full release later this year. In addition, we also already have plans for mobile and the Nintendo Switch, so there's a lot still to be discovered. Thank you for your time and to Ubisoft for this great opportunity.
Hey y'all, so I'm in Taylor. I'm one of the co-creators of Bravery Network Online, a game by Gloam, which is our studio. Bravery Network Online is a turn-based strategy game. You've got a team of 5 fighters. You're playing against an opponent's team of 5 fighters. And they are, you know, a little bit gay. But, you know, if you're not gay, that's okay too. I think that it's a really, really fun world, and I think that the competitive play of it is really solid. We've been working with Ubisoft for a little bit now. We actually are the winners of Ubisoft's 2019 indie series run by Ubisoft Toronto. They've helped us out so much over the years. They've given us press support when we launched into early access. They connected us with different folks internally who could help us out, and even to folks outside their company. We have a pretty vibrant Discord community and a lot of folks who've just been enjoying the game, and we're really appreciative of that. Bravery Network Online is in early access now, so feel free to pick it up and send it to some friends. I would really appreciate that very personally, so thank you. Bye.
Hello everyone, I'm David Prinswell, game director on You Suck at Parking. You Suck at Parking is the world's most extreme parking game and probably the only racing game where the goal is to actually stop your car. It's a funny physics-based racer, which doesn't take itself too seriously, but still requires enough skill for you to master the hardest tracks.
We crashed into the Ubisoft design team a while ago and we had some great discussions on You Suck at Parking. They gave us actionable advice and great feedback along the road. And they've been championing the game ever since, so we're super grateful for them.
You Suck at Parking presents you with a ton of varied and surprising levels. The goal is to fill every parking spot before the timer runs out. And don't get too attached to your cars though, because you'll have to respawn a lot. For the competitive players out there, there's leaderboards in every level so you can compete with your friends and the world for those top spots. And for everyone that's feeling creative, we've also included a level editor that features everything that's in the main game, so you can go all out and be creative and make your own tracks.
You want to know how much you suck at parking? You can already do so. Download the demo. You can also talk to us, show us your best moves, or talk to other parksters at our Discord. Happy parking!
Hi everyone, I'm Olivier Guédon, producer here at Ubisoft Ivory Tower. The Crew 2, launched in 2018, reaches its 3rd anniversary. It's been a very intense year, with multiple content deployment. Every 4 months, a new season, and every 2 months, a new episode. We delivered all the content announced 1 year ago. And for this, I would like to warmly thank our teams here at the studio for their work and commitment despite the COVID-19 context. But it's also time to warmly thank you, our community, since we are really proud to announce that we are now more than 30 million players to have joined the Crew franchise since 2014. And for those who have not joined in yet, what a better time to jump in the Crew 2. First, claim this amazing vehicle for only 1 Crew credit in-game starting today. Also, next week, enjoy 1 event for each major update we released so far in a special anniversary live summit. But it's far from being over, and I'm super happy to announce more seasons for our 4th year. This new content will of course be available through Motherflix, new season, and episode. But enough talk, and enjoy a glimpse of your next Motherflix show. Thank you all.
the clock. Welcome to special number 1 of the U.S. Speed Tour East, around New York City, the Big Apple.
Daytona, Florida, speeding along the world's most famous beach.
What a perfect day here in Miami. Fans are gathering, drivers are ready. Hey, I think we're going to have a great race today. I cannot wait for this season to get started. Each new season brings a fantastic feeling. The fever, the hope, the excitement.
The teams are getting ready.
And I guarantee you that they are ready to make the show. The U.S. Speed Tour East is about to start. It's probably the biggest race of my career. What a mess out there. Are you ready? The clock ticking. Go, go, go! Check that one out. Final leg of the final stage. New York, New York. Watch the drivers go for it.
Standing on the stage, got the whole place rocking. It's popping, no stopping. Standing on the stage, got the whole place watching. Vacation, hotel hopping. Standing on the stage, got the whole place rocking.
This car rustles my jimmies in a way that jimmies should not be rustled by a car.
Worldwide on the scene, I'm a big deal. Everybody know me, I'm a big deal. Do that there, how you do it, do it, do it, do it, do that there, how you do it, do it, do it, do it, do that there, how you do it, do it, do it, come on, woo, woo.
Hey everyone, I'm Latish Telinaudan, live producer on Watch Dogs Legion. Back in October 2020, you recruited a resistance, built DedSec, and saved our near-future London. Since then, you have jumped in online modes with friends, dared our tactical ops, and fought for London with Mina. Now, on behalf of the team, I'm proud to give you a taste of what's coming up in Watch Dogs Legion Bloodline.
Got a simple job for you, Aiden. Huge payday.
What's the catch?
It's in London. That's where your nephew Jackson lives, right? Anyway, the job's pretty straightforward. Break inside Broken Tech and steal a device giving control over an army of weaponized robots. That thing must not fall into the wrong hands.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Easy, easy. Hey, I know you.
Give me that.
This, no.
3.
I need it for a thing.
2.
Okay, I guess we're doing this.
All I need is that little device stolen by your partner. The one in the stupid mask?
I can find him.
I just don't think I can trust you without some insurance.
I'm just tired of criminals and con men running the world.
I need you to pay attention.
How do I tame the deer? How do I tame the deer? Oh, not like that. My bad. Now I feel bad.
Op 4 eliminated all friendlies.
Hi everyone, and welcome to Ubisoft Forward. I'm Neela.
And I'm Yusuf. We're so thrilled to be back hosting Ubisoft Forward. Over the next hour, we'll be your guides to all the latest news and exciting announcements coming from Ubisoft.
We've got so much in store for you today, including deeper looks at Far Cry 6, Riders Republic, and Rainbow Six, plus a few other surprises you'll find out about soon enough.
Neelam, I'm excited. We're filming this together. We got this gorgeous set. E3 is back. But I know why y'all are here. You want to see games, so let's get right into it.
The Rainbow Six operators are facing off against an evolving and deadly threat. You'll no doubt have noticed that the alien parasite has spread to new areas. It's time to suit up and step into the containment zone.
Here's a deeper look at Rainbow Six Extraction.
I used to feel so much peace staring into the heavens until a piece of it fell. And the nightmare began. We thought it could be contained, but it evolved. So we did too.
One of our own is MIA. I need an extraction team, now.
If there's a way to stop them, you will find it. But I know you will find me first.
Okay, the plan. Nomad, secure our exit. I'll take out the nests.
And I'll find Ivana. I have your signal. Let's go.
We are already out of the nests.
Incoming! Clear the area!
Stand back!
Down.
Clear. Let's move out. Clock's ticking.
I found her. Ivana, hold on. I've got company.
Coming through.
Countermeasures.
Check. Make for the exit. An apex! Get down!
Ella, look out! I don't have the shot!
Not so fast.
Target the breacher! Now's our chance!
Nomad, blow the door. Cover me.
Hey, you all throwing me a party?
Yeah. Too bad you missed all the fireworks.
Team, it's Ash. We're not done yet. VIP down and...
Now, I know you must have a ton of questions after seeing that trailer, and we have answers as well as a full gameplay walkthrough coming up, so hang tight. My name is Richard. I'm your resident community developer coming to you from North Carolina. We're thrilled to be back to give you an introduction to Rainbow Six Extraction. With me today in Montreal, I have Bruno Lalonde, our lead technical director, and Alicia Fortier, game designer, to help walk us through. Alicia, what can we tell our players about Extraction?
Extraction is a 1 to 3 player co-op experience. You might think you know what you're getting into since there's going to be some of your favorite Rainbow Six operators, but it's going to be completely different because this time you're not fighting against each other. You're coming together to face an unprecedented, evolving alien threat. Some of the operators' abilities, gadgets, and tech should feel familiar to Siege players. But this time, as you progress through the game, you'll unlock new ability upgrades and a whole new arsenal specifically designed to take on this new threat.
So the operators we just saw in that trailer are very familiar. But what happened to Hibana?
She got captured. In Extraction, you're always putting it all on the line. If you or a teammate falls during an incursion, you're gonna go missing in action. You can't play MIA operators until they're safely recovered. You and your squad are gonna have to come back together to get back in there and get them out. Every time you go in the containment zone, you risk losing all your progress and upgrades. So stay on your toes and weigh every move you make.
Balancing that risk and reward scenario is going to be tough. Bruno, can you tell us a little bit more about the alien threat? What is it? Who are they? And where do they come from?
What we know is the Archeans are an evolved form of the parasite that was first detected few years ago during the outbreak event in New Mexico. But a lot have changed since. The parasite has spread to 3 new regions, emerging in several containment zones within New York, San Francisco, and Alaska. This is what we know so far. Within the containment zones, the alien ecosystem is in a continual evolution, as incubation nests and their sprawling tissue spawn procedurally, taking over different areas of the map and reaction to the player presence.
The parasite is always spreading, always evolving. But it didn't look too happy about the operators disturbing their new home. What are we facing off against?
Well, the black goo-like sprawl is probably the first thing you will take on. It spreads to the map once your presence is detected, slowing progress and helping the Archeans. Some of the other threats you may have seen in the trailer are the long-range spiker, the explosive breacher, the shape-shifting tormentors, and the apex. There's a lot more species of Archeans and mutations that have been observed. More to come on that very soon.
Thank you both so much for joining me. I'm really excited to dig into more of the details. We still have crossplay to talk about. Yes, that's right. Extraction will bring everyone together regardless of the platform. And for our Rainbow Six Siege community, we have exclusive unlocks for you in both games. Okay, you've been waiting long enough. Let's take an exclusive first look at some gameplay footage. Here is Rainbow Six Extraction.
Welcome to Rainbow Six Extraction, the new tactical co-op shooter game where Rainbow Six operators are dropped into alien territory. In today's walkthrough, we're on a mission to investigate anomalies identified at the Orpheus Research Center in Alaska. HQ will provide additional instructions.
We need new data on the parasite's underground network. It keeps evolving, adapting. Plant auto trackers on dormant nests. Don't destroy them or we'll lose the trackers.
As a squad of 3, Ella, Alibi, and Sledge will use their operator abilities to complete objectives, assist each other, and obliterate Archeans in their way.
Drone spinning up.
That's a grunt. Easy for a nest to incubate and bring to life, not so easy to eliminate in large numbers.
Converge on location. Nice and quiet.
The enemy reacts to intrusions in their ecosystem, including operators.
Eliminate my target.
So stealth tactics are the way to go.
Visual on nest. Place auto trackers for our react scientists.
Auto tracker activated.
Visual hostile.
Auto tracker activated.
The parasite generates sprawl, a substance that connects the whole ecosystem. Alert an Archean, and a nearby nest wakes up too. Archeans move faster in Sprawl, but operators get slowed down.
Take my guy out.
The squad can use their React Light to see bioluminescent properties on Archeans and in the environment. The contrast helps to better identify targets.
Nest mapping complete. A scientist just gave me the thumbs up. Good job.
Identifying Archean variants helps the team determine the best approach to take them out.
Scan grenade.
Spotted a rooter. It can immobilize anyone in front of it, so Sledge will swing around back.
Get out of there before the swarm appears. Don't push your luck.
Airlock, go!
That was close. Here, the team can regroup and resupply. Airlock doors will open onto the next subzone, which will be tougher than the first.
We need tissue samples from those Archies, and we need them gone. Use your React blade. It's right there. React blade, do your thing.
That target is finished.
One down. We're not done yet. That's your target. Don't put it to death just yet. Get that sample.
We've located a spiker. It can fire armor-piercing projectiles. Alibi deploys a Prisma hologram.
Deploying the bait.
End of the line.
The squad can use React tech to go further in incursions. The more intel they collect, the more tech they'll have at their disposal to fight off this threat. It's all about teamwork to outsmart the enemy.
Barricade that spot.
Reinforcing the wall.
Creating a choke point is a good idea to increase the arc mine's efficiency.
Eyes on hostile!
Arc mine is set.
Now that's the way. Keep hunting.
That's the React threat sensor. Smasher incoming.
Wow, that did it. We'll take out the leader. No leader for the Archies to follow.
Another objective completed. The squad can either exfil at the extraction point to bring home the latest intel, or move to the next airlock. The third subzone will be the most challenging yet, a true test of both tactical team strategy and operator reflexes.
Some Archeans are responding to an elite as if they're communicating. No way we'd let them mobilize against us. Hunt them down until the elite comes out of hiding.
That's dealt with.
The elite will show up any second.
Enemy located!
Eliminate my target!
I'm compromised! Eyes on hostile! Operator down!
We have an operator in stasis.
An operator is now MIA.
I don't know if you can hear this, but we're mounting a rescue. Hang tight.
heard it. A rescue mission is underway. React still needs you.
Operators, it's time to unite and stand together against this emerging threat. Squad up with friends in co-op or step into the containment alone.
Stay tuned for more Rainbow Six Extraction intel coming very soon.
If you think fighting aliens is tough, try learning guitar.
Well, that was a segue.
10 years ago, Rocksmith redefined music learning by introducing the first console game that taught millions how to play guitar.
Whether you're already an expert or just starting out, Rocksmith has an approach that's for everyone. A fun and interactive way to learn guitar, playing your favorite songs. And in the decade since its release, our community and its impact have only amplified.
This year, let's turn it up to 11 and see what's next for Rocksmith.
I'm Arthur Von Nagel, producer at Ubisoft San Francisco, and Rocksmith has truly been a dream project for me. As a lifelong gamer and a touring musician, Rocksmith is what I wish I had when I started learning music. And that's why I'm thrilled to share the next evolution of music learning, Rocksmith Plus, a new interactive music learning subscription service available this year. Learn how to play guitar and bass by playing along to master recordings of your favorite songs. Connect your instrument to your PC, console, or mobile device and get real-time feedback as you play. Connecting with Rocksmith Plus will be easier than ever now that you can use your phone as a microphone. Download the app, log in, sync to Rocksmith Plus, set it down, and play along. Now, acoustic players and electric players with amps can use Rocksmith Plus with no extra gear needed. It's a game changer. And we're excited to reveal Rocksmith Plus will have a huge amount of songs at launch. All songs in the library will have chord charts that'll be perfect for rhythm players who want to learn the foundation of a song to hum and strum along to. We'll still have the note-for-note, authentic arrangements for players that want to play songs exactly how the artists originally played them. And each week, we'll release a steady stream of new authentic arrangements to keep growing that portion of the library. We're also introducing the Rocksmith Workshop, a new tool that lets users create and add their own arrangements for songs we've licensed. Your subscription will give you access to all those songs, more content than ever before, including genres beyond rock, We'll have pop, hip-hop, country, Latin, R&B, all sorts of metal subgenres. We'll have music from all over the world, from big stars to indie darlings. It's the most diverse song library ever seen in music learning software. Rocksmith Plus will still have our proven practice features like adaptive difficulty and riff repeater, which let you practice and learn at your own pace, or slow down and repeat tricky parts until you master them. We've improved those features in Rocksmith Plus and are introducing new ones. Beginner and intermediate players will benefit from more personalized learning, thanks to an enhanced recommendation system and more robust progress tracking. Players won't just see their growth on a single song. They can now monitor their progress technique by technique across the board, and overall offer a better sense of how you're improving over time. Advanced players will be happy to know we're introducing a new Rocksmith tablature view. That way you could take advantage of Rocksmith Plus's song library and practice tools in a format that's familiar and one that will hone your tab reading skills. We're excited to announce that you can register for a chance to participate in our closed beta right after the show. Visit our website at rocksmith.com to get an early look at Rocksmith Plus and help us test and create the future of music learning. Thank you so much to the amazing fans who have enjoyed and supported Rocksmith over the past 10 years. Let's jam together with Rocksmith Plus for another 10.
Register now for a chance to play the Rocksmith Plus beta. Summer's coming, and nothing gets thrill seekers' blood flowing like bright sun and fresh trails. And Riders Republic will give them just that.
Last year, you got a first look at our massive multiplayer outdoor sports extravaganza. Since then, the project's grown by jumps and grinds.
Greetings, thrill seekers. This is the Riders Ridge, the Republic's stomping ground. From here, you can meet like-minded manage your career, learn to nail those wild moves, stay stylish, share your creations with the Republic, stay on top of the latest news, and take up some ferocious multiplayer action like Free-for-All or Tricks Battle, our 6 versus 6 team competition. So, here's how it works. Performing big tricks on the modules will turn them from red to blue, and every trick that you stomp will contribute to your team's overall score. Still with me? Okay. When your team has turned all the modules blue, you capture that district, which will help multiply your score into the big time. Progress, progress, progress. To unlock more content, you gotta earn those stars. So, if you want to be the boss of your own career, the world's most famous competitions are waiting for you. Now, some might say the best parts of the Republic can be found in the city playground. We've got modules that you can slay for days. Maybe you're all about living on the edge. Either way, to progress, you gotta earn those stars. Having the right rig is important too. And we've all got our preferences. All right, I get it. Sometimes you just want to explore and bathe in nature. That's right. Everything you do counts. Getting those stars means more rad to be had, and the Republic will abide. There's always something awesome to do as you reach new milestones and unlock more challenges. It's the Red Bull Joyride, people. It's infamous. It's spectacular. It's the biggest stop biking. And guess what? Your friends. There is so much more. More stunts. More sports. More events. Just more, okay? And a natural outdoor playground for you and your friends to enjoy, any way that you want. When we say fun with everyone, we mean it. Look at all these riders. Does this speak to you? Then don't miss out on mass races. Woo! The Republic awaits you, Ryder. See you soon.
Don't keep the mountains waiting. Riders Republic is coming September 2nd, and you can pre-order now and claim your right to rip.
Okay, so we've seen some of our favorite Rainbow Six operators battling alien parasites, but how's their day job going?
You know, ever since Crimson Heist, we're still trying to clear all those pesky Flores drones off the maps.
Year 6 is off to a blazing start, with Siege passing 200,000 concurrent players a few weeks ago. If you haven't joined in yet, 2021 is the perfect time to drop in.
Six years into our journey with Siege, we are humbled and grateful for the enthusiastic community that has supported this growth. So today is all about sharing quality of life developments that will dramatically improve player experience.
With the community growing every day, we've been hard at work finding ways to improve your ability to play with your friends and meet new players. On June 30th, we are unifying our PC and cloud-based platforms with crossplay and cross-progression. That means that any player on Amazon Luna, Stadia, or PC will be able to queue into games together while having a unified account progression.
And for console players, in early 2022, crossplay will be available between PlayStation and Xbox platform, and the cross-progression will be available between all platforms. For these updates, we needed a bit more time in order to prepare and make sure they have a smooth launch.
Bringing these player bases together benefits everyone. It will finally allow you to play with your friends across different platforms. It also means that your progression will now follow you, anytime and anywhere you play.
We know crossplay is a feature a lot of you has been anticipating, and we are thrilled to see the enthusiasm its announcement has inspired. From your amazing fan art to the awesome cosplays, the Rainbow Six community is the lifeblood that keeps this game moving forward.
We cannot thank you enough for your support. It is because of you that Siege keeps evolving and growing.
To wrap up, here's a brand new animated trailer starring Thunderbird, the new Defender joining Team Rainbow. Check this out.
Ready?
6 years ago, I met a pilot. She saved my life.
Damn.
That symbol, What does it mean?
This jacket was my father's. Dagu Wankan, Wichahpi. The creator's star has many meanings. Love, wisdom, bravery.
Suits you.
Listen, I need to get this bird in the air. You try to get some rest.
You're the boss. What's happening?
Shh.
Wait, that's it? What happened next?
Why don't you ask her yourself?
New projects aren't the only things to be excited about this year. Take a look at the incredible updates coming to our live games in 2021.
From the release of the Ghost experience to the latest teammate update, Ghost Recon Breakpoint keeps evolving thanks to your feedback. But that's not all. As 2021 marks the 20th anniversary of the Ghost Recon franchise, we are happy to announce that there are still many more surprises to come. Stay tuned, Ghosts.
Just Dance has always been about connecting with friends and family. When you're in good company, there are no bad dancers. So move the coffee table, alert the local homeowners association, and let's get loud.
Hello, my name is Todrick Hall, and I'm a singer, dancer, actor, director, and choreographer. I am super excited to announce that my song, Nails, Hair, Hips, Heels, is going to be a part of Just Dance 2022.
Legs, face, eyes, thin waist, thick thighs, you, me, you, wish, new phone, who, this.
But that's not all. Oh no, for the first time ever, the Just Dance team and I are collaborating to give you an exclusive version of my song for Just Dance 2022.
Girl, I don't dance, I work. I don't play, I slay. I don't walk, I strut, and then sashay.
To me, Just Dance allows people to express themselves through dance and to celebrate who they are and their individuality in such a fun way. Just Dance has transformed millions of lives, and I hope that this song brings you all so much joy, whether you're dancing alone or with a group, to work out, or just to have fun. It's going to be a great time, and I can assure you, you will not just play, you will absolutely slay. The new lyrics were handcrafted specifically for Just Dance, and let me tell you something, they're full of sass because, you know, they were written by yours truly, but I guarantee they are going to give people so much confidence. That's the reason why I wrote Nell's Hair Hips Heels, and now it's been Just Danceified. I don't think they're ready for this jelly. I hope you all have just as much fun dancing to this track as I had making it. Oh, and one last thing. You will have the opportunity to be a part of the making of my new video, which will be released alongside the new Just Dance track. For more information on how to participate, darling, just check the link below. We got you. I cannot wait to see you all living your best life and being the most fabulous you have ever been. I will see you all in Just Dance.
Everybody on the floor, I want to see you work. Come on. Nails, hair, that's all.
It's time to get our Viking on. It was a big year for the new chief of the Raven clan, but your journey with Eivor is far from over.
In November 2020, we released Assassin's Creed Valhalla. To our delight, it was the biggest launch for any Assassin's Creed game to date, and we have you to thank for that. Becoming Eivor, a Viking leader going on a quest to fight for a new home, is an adventure that resonated closely with many of you. I certainly had fun exploring England with Eivor and stumbling across unique world events that left me with memorable side stories.
Thank you, Eivor.
We're amazed to see how you dedicated yourselves to the Viking lifestyle. You've led more than 300 million raids in total and built more than 100 million buildings in your settlements. Congrats. Eivor still has a long journey ahead, and we've been continuing to offer free updates for all players to enjoy post-launch. These updates include time-limited festivals, new quests, and even whole new game modes, such as the River Raids update and the Mastery Challenge. We add in community-requested tweaks and features too. For instance, we'll be adding one-handed swords in the coming weeks. The team is also working hard at tackling issues and improving the game experience for everyone. We've been tracking various known issues on our forums and also shared our complex bug-fixing process in a recent dev blog. We love seeing your continual feedback, and we thank you for your patience and support for the game. On top of regular free updates, we're also building on Eivor's story and the world of Assassin's Creed Valhalla through game expansions. Wrath of the Druids released a few weeks ago, allowing players to explore Ireland and battle a mysterious cult, the Children of Danu. In our second upcoming expansion, you'll get to relive the Siege of Paris. This is the most ambitious battle in Viking history, taking place in war-torn Francia. You'll have to do everything in your power to uncover enemy secrets and form strategic alliances in order to safeguard your clan's future. Players may be excited to learn that black box infiltration missions are returning. This means you're given a goal for a mission, but how you'll achieve it is up to you. Expect new abilities, weapons, gear, and of course, new enemies. Watch out for the Siege of Paris coming this summer. Assassin's Creed has long focused on the exploration of history, and we are happy to announce that the new Discovery Tour will be released this fall. It will be free to all who own Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Explore the world and take a deeper dive into the history of the Viking Age. The team has crafted a new experience where you'll get to play as people during the time of Vikings and follow them in their endeavors, big and small, while collecting exclusive rewards. Whether you're an Assassin's Creed fan with a heart for history or a student looking to supplement your knowledge, the Discovery Tour Viking Age will have you covered. Assassin's Creed Valhalla doesn't stop here. For the first time on an Assassin's Creed title, we'll be supporting the game well into its second year. While this year will be a very active year for the game, we're already working on more expansions for next year. Something tells me that Eivor is not done with Odin yet.
So you've seen some great games from us, but we also have news about the movies and TV series we've been working on.
Our Ubisoft Film and Television team has some exclusive content to share. Up first is Mythic Quest, the workplace comedy set in a game development studio that's streaming on Apple TV+. If you haven't watched the second season yet, here's a look at what you've been missing before the upcoming season finale.
Why do you have goosebumps?
This is an involuntary reaction to...
Being inspired?
I was emotionally manipulated.
What's the difference? That's it. Except make it about me and not the world.
I feel really seen and heard.
I don't want to see you or hear you.
She played us to get what she wanted.
She inspired us.
She emotionally manipulated us.
What's the difference?
Up next is an exclusive look at a new trailer for our feature-length movie, Werewolves Within. It's a whodunit with teeth that'll be coming to theaters June 25th and on demand July 2nd.
Hello, everyone. I am Josh Rubin, the director of Werewolves Within.
And I'm Sam Richardson, the star of Werewolves Within.
Werewolves Within was based off a Ubisoft game, and we're so excited to bring you an exclusive look just for you.
Check it out. Dr. Ellis?
I told you, she's probably tanked.
Touch this door again, I'll shoot. Again.
Dr. Ellis?
Hey, knock it down. Lost, please. We need answers.
It didn't disappear.
What did you say? It didn't just... Shh.
What?
It's not Emerson Flint. It's one of you.
What the hell was that supposed to mean?
Okay, well,
What did her eyeball say?
look, we don't understand. Could you just please come out?
I'm afraid I can't do that, Ranger Wheeler. You could be one of them.
What is she?
One of what?
A lycanthrope.
A what?
A werewolf.
The roads are effed. Something's wrong with the generator. Also, there's a dead body under your porch.
Yes!
I'm gonna go get a croissant.
Out of curiosity, who is packing? We having a good old-fashioned sleepover.
With guns, though.
With guns, yes.
Everybody's going, how the heck?
Not littering, I'm just excited.
Not judging, just watching it. Follow Mythic Quest on Apple TV+, and be sure to catch Werewolves Within this summer, in theaters or on your on-demand platforms.
No hero story is complete without a great rival to match them. After all, even the most vile tyrant is a star of their own narrative.
When it comes to memorable villains, no one does it better than Far Cry.
Please, we have to get on that boat.
Abuela, what the hell I'm gonna do with baseball cards?
Do you have any idea what these are worth? Let us through.
Marco, always making new friends.
Danny, you're late. Where's Alejo?
He gave up his ticket. For his family.
Bullshit. Alejo is an orphan.
Alejo's not going anywhere anymore. Come on, Marco. Let them on.
Vamos.
Good man.
Get on the boxing now. Get the on.
Gracias.
Don't worry about it, chamaco.
Here. That's all I've got.
This isn't right, Danny. We should be fighting, not running to the Yankees.
Alejo gave you a fucking gift, Lira. We survive. Same as the orphanage, same as the academy.
What's that?
Please, no, this is a fishing boat. You be on, no!
Before he was El Presidente, mi papa loved to fish. We would go out on a boat, just like this, and we would catch the fish and then release them. He would say, it's not always about your stomach, mijo. It's about the challenge. Except when he caught a big, fat, juicy marlin, he was too proud to let that fish go.
Si, Tirano! You have poisoned Yara! You have poisoned your sword!
I have caught a very big fish today. Haven't I, Diego? Diego!
No way.
I have caught you, mijo. Now it's time to bring you home.
I don't want this anymore, Papa.
We have no choice.
Let them go. They can work. Make Viviro.
Truth or lies?
Truth.
They could be good workers. They could help rebuild paradise. But if you wanted them to live, you would have never set foot on this fucking boat. 13 years old. And Diego has such compassion for his people. These fish, we will catch and release.
You've just seen another disturbing lesson from Anton Castillo, passed down to his son Diego as he grooms him to become the future ruler of Yara. The most important part of crafting a Far Cry villain isn't the fact that they're evil or shocking. It's that there's someone that could sit across from you at the dinner table and charm you into thinking that everything they believe, no matter how twisted or horrifying, could be absolutely true. That's the secret to Anton's power, and we couldn't be prouder to have him join the Far Cry family. Now, when creating Anton, we had quite a lot to live up to. Because when you think Far Cry, you think about its rich legacy of villains. Which makes today a very special day for Far Cry fans. Not only did we get to see into the mind of Anton Castillo, we finally get to unveil some of our post-launch plans. Our dream was to honor the Far Cry villain's tradition and introduce a brand new experience. It is time to see the other side. Go further down the rabbit hole, and it's up to you to find a way out.
What is going on?
Who's watching?
My, what a happy fella. RJ, tell your mother and sister to...
You are alive. That is all that matters.
What the fuck?
Peekaboo, motherfucker.
Where the fuck am I?
I, too, am a king who isn't afraid to slaughter to get what he wants. In my way!
Is this a test? A dream? An opportunity? Then I will not waste it. You are beyond salvation. Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
We're so excited for you all to check out this next game.
Oof, Neelam, I can't wait to get my hands on this one.
We are now approaching our destination.
The whole team is super proud of this new game, and I can't wait for you to experience it.
It's fair to say that we did something quite surprising with the concept of Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle. And for this project, we didn't want to stop there.
Hi everyone, Mario and the Rabbids are back. And I'm so excited to be back as well today to unveil our new project, Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. We are diving back into this unique crossover with even bigger ambition, expanding our universe on a major scale. This time it's not just the Mushroom Kingdom, there is an entire galaxy to save. To do so, you will lead a brave yet reckless team of unique heroes, including some fresh faces like Rabbids Rosalina and other surprises. On their quest to repel evil across the galaxy, their spaceship will bring them from planet to planet. They will be facing a powerful villain, Cursor, an enemy unlike anything our heroes encountered before. But they won't be alone. By their side, they will have their new allies, the Sparks. These surprising creatures, born from the merge of Rabbids and Lumas, will lend their wild powers to our heroes. Their natures and origin are at the core of our story. But let's keep some surprises for later.
After the tremendous success of Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle, the entire team was moved by the amazing reception from players across the world. We were stunned by the love we felt for this unexpected team-up. We know we've been off the radar for a while now, as we wanted to take the time needed to bring this crossover to the next level. It's not just a new story with new enemies, new heroes. Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope has big ambitions. It introduces new action elements into the mix that will push the boundaries of tactical games even further. That being said, we also wish to offer an easy-to-play experience for all players, yet hard to master for those of you that are willing to take the challenge. And you'll be able to experience this cosmic adventure exclusively on the Nintendo Switch. We can't wait to tell you more about the game soon.
There is an entire galaxy to save, and we cannot wait for you to experience it.
So we're not done yet. Let's check in with our CEO, Yves Guillemot.
Hi everyone. As you have seen, we have a fantastic and diverse lineup of games coming soon. And this is just the beginning. Thanks to all the teams at Ubisoft for what they achieved. and for always striving to deliver the best possible game experiences. I'm humbled by their resilience, energy, and collaboration, especially during what has been a challenging year. I'm also proud of our industry's ability to bring together millions of players from around the world to share memorable experiences and moments of joy. This is one of the real powers of video games, and it is what motivates everyone at Ubisoft to do our best. Finally, my sincere thanks to you, the players. We appreciate the trust you place in us. Your involvement in our games communities keeps them growing and vibrant. We want to create original, enriching, long-lasting game worlds. And your contributions, feedback, and support make it possible. We also are proud that some of the biggest names in entertainment trust our creative teams to develop games within their universes. For example, you just saw Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, developed in collaboration with Nintendo, where everyone's favorite Mario and Rabbids characters return for an all-new adventure. And speaking of great partnerships, there is one more exciting thing we would like to show you today. It is a glimpse of the amazing journey that awaits you in one of the most beautiful but dangerous places of all, brought to life by the latest version of our Snowdrop engine. I'm excited to share this first look with you now. Enjoy!
You understand now.
You and I are gonna tear shit up!
Begin the replay!
That is crazy.
Awesome.
Like I said, man, too much fun.
Thanks to Eve and all the devs that joined us to share what's new with Ubisoft.
Today, we battled some Archeans in Rainbow Six Extraction, learned some new songs in Rocksmith, got an adrenaline rush from Riders Republic, lit up the dance floor in Just Dance 2022, visited new shores in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, witnessed a chilling confrontation in Far Cry 6, and teamed up with our favorite man in overalls in Mario + Rabbids.
Don't go anywhere. There's still more to come in the post-show.
Bye, y'all.
Welcome back, everybody, to E3 2021. We just saw Ubi Forward, and boy, oh boy, what a way to close out our first keynote of E3. I'm Golden Boy alongside Jackie Jing here. Jackie, we got to talk about the first thing, Avatar. It's happening. It wasn't a lie.
I know. Literally, we were both floored. The E3 crew back there just started screaming. The hype, that was just the perfect way to end it, I think.
Yeah.
It was just a taste of it, right? But the visuals, I mean, it completely got me to my core. We know that there's so many movies coming out. What is it, 2, 3, 4, and 5, I believe?
Yeah, a lot.
So
A
this
lot.
is just building up the hype for the movies. But I just want to be the Na'vi, and I want to ride a pterodactyl creature like a surfboard. Like, that just looked so dang cool to me.
I'm glad.
So,
I'm glad. I'm
here for
glad
that.
we're all sharing things we want to do here. Well, you know what I want to do.
What do you want to
do? Is play Riders Republic because I put out a tweet and I said this game reminds me of Downhill Domination, which was a game that I absolutely loved back in the day. It was like a mountain biking. It was like one of those games that it came out around the time when all the other extreme sports games were coming out, and everyone was snagging up properties, and someone said, "How about we have people ride bikes down a mountain?"
Yeah.
And from there, I got hooked. I was addicted. I love that game so much, and that is what Riders Republic felt like to me. I'm genuinely excited for it.
So I've always loved sports games like this because I'm 6'2" and incredibly uncoordinated. I cannot snowboard to save my butt. In fact, I just land on my butt the whole time. So I'm definitely excited to try out snowboarding, but I also want to drive an ice cream truck. You went crazy for the ice cream truck. You were like, is that an ice cream truck?
It was the ice cream bicycle.
Oh, it was an ice cream bicycle,
The little dolly. It was so good. I loved it. But by the way, guys, we had a poll go out here, and it seems like no surprise, especially given that it came at the end, but Avatar Frontiers of Pandora is the game that it was everyone's favorite that was announced. 41% resounding score there. But there were some good ones. There were some good ones. So also shout out to the people who voted Riders Republic. I appreciate you. But there were some fun ones. Real quick, I do want to touch on Rocksmith because that game has been going on for such a long time now. But I was explaining it before, and me and Avali, we were like chatting about it, and it's like, it's one of those things that it's not just a game, it's an experience about learning how to try something new, how to play guitar, whether you're a beginner, intermediate, advanced, you can gamify it, or you can just learn all together. It's a really cool idea, and I'm glad that Ubisoft continues to support it.
Yeah, I think for me, I would not be able to invest the time, invest the money into playing the guitar. But I thought that it was really interesting that it was in this video game format, you know? So I was just like, like maybe this is something that I could mess with, you know?
Yeah, and then obviously Rainbow Six Extraction. We don't have a lot of time.
We gotta talk about Rainbow Six Extraction.
Talk about
Oh my
Extraction.
God.
Looks so good. We're going to have the panel talking about it as well, I'm sure.
Yes.
As Rainbow Six fans, both you and I have worked Rainbow Six esports in the past. This is an awesome thing to see, a co-op Rainbow Six game for all of us.
Yeah, I think that you know, there's so many zombie games out there, right? So you pick the one that fits you. And obviously we love Siege. So what's so great about this is that we get to play the operators that we love, use the gadgets on zombies. Like, I'm 100% here for this.
Or a version of them, you know, more like monsters,
okay, well, they were
right?
called the Archeans, right? And it's an alien parasite. You're right, correct me again.
You know,
I'm sorry.
Jackie just really likes zombies.
I do. But what I'm so excited for is that we get to play our favorites, like Ash and Pulse and Nomad. Like we saw Ella as well. Like it was just so awesome to see our operators in action, and then against Archeans. Not zombies, sorry.
There it is. There it is. We'll work on that one, Jackie. But yeah, we're obviously really excited. It was a great show, and obviously I'm sure everyone is going off in the chat. But for more on what we just witnessed, let's kick things over to Greg and the crew. Greg, what did you guys think of the show?
What I think, Golden Boy, is that it is ridiculous. That you didn't. It's an insult to the entire franchise that you didn't bring up Far Cry 6.
I saved it for you.
You didn't save me nothing. Cut his mic. Why is he talking right now? Damon, it's happened, right? Voss popped up. Pagan popped up. I looked over you. This face of what is going on? What is going on?
I don't have the answers, Greg, but I'm excited to find out. It's part of the season pass for Far Cry 6. Some mode that's going to let us play these great villains from the Far Cry series from 3, 4, and 5. I mean, I hope there's more to it than just here's a gun, you're Voss, just shoot people through a short level. I know, I hope there's a little bit more to it than that, but it's cool they've got the voice actor for Voss, Michael Mondo, back, which means that now both Michael Mondo and Giancarlo Esposito are both in Better Call Saul and Far Cry 6. That's pretty cool.
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, if you wanted to go even beyond villains, even though I thought that was so cool, and what is it going to be? Are we going after, you know, is this the afterlife of finding out what's going on? We're seeing it right here, right? This performance right here from Giancarlo, right? Of going through and seeing him perform and just come in and eat up the scenery. And just like, that is what I want out of this game, Michael. I can't wait to get into Far Cry 6 and get this story.
Yeah, this is the most I've been hyped for Far Cry since Far Cry 2. I got to shout out Far Cry 2.
This hipster.
Best in the series.
Yeah, okay, we get it. You're cool.
I know, right? Oh, you played them all before.
What about one, though?
One's fine, but like the thing about Far Cry 6 is that yes, they've come out and said like, yeah, we're trying to go all in on the story. It's supposed to be this political drama, and I want to see how Far Cry is able to handle that when they go all in on it, because like they've kind of tiptoed around it with previous games, but the primary objective of those games is to blow things up, and that's pretty much still the case with Far Cry 6. But how do you balance that? How do you balance like all the fun stuff you want to do and all this violent stuff happening in a story? But how do you make that? How do you humanize a game where all you do is shoot stuff?
You get an incredible actor like Giancarlo Esposito.
Hey, yeah, and I want to be a
load-bearing pillar.
But is it going to be that I watch that cutscene and I'm super into it, and then I go off and hunt a bunch of turkeys for a better wallet?
But while you're hunting those turkeys, don't you feel just that tension?
I feel the politics.
Where you're just like, man, I'm killing these turkeys, but I feel like I should be saving the world or something like that.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. Did this work for you? Did this demo, this trailer we see here work?
So I have to be honest with you and be like, I heard scary things about Far Cry before, so I'm more of the Mario and Rabbids type of person. But this sold me. I'm like, okay, cool. This is where I'm going to jump into the series.
Yeah.
And then to see that battle pass where we're seeing like, you know, the past villains and stuff, I'm like, oh, cool. So I just get everything all in one. I'm excited for this. All the story.
Yeah, there's something that works really well about whenever a bad guy shows up and talks about his daddy. You're like, oh, this ain't gonna be a good thing. This ain't gonna be good. I don't like that.
Shouts out to Daddy Issues.
I mean, it's like the Daddy Issues DLC where you get to play as all those past villains as well, so it's going to be a tour down memory lane.
Yeah. Far Cry Therapy Edition.
Now, Dan, of course, everyone here at E3, on camera, off camera, behind the scenes, working night and day to make sure we give the best presentation. They made sure to have a camera on you.
Oh, no.
And apparently when the Avatar game happened, you heard Jackie and Golden Boy talk about the fact that everyone went wild. It wasn't everybody, it was you.
I think it was an understated reaction.
Can we see this clip? Do we have this clip ready? Look at there, look at this, look at this. Now, we can't play it because there are so many curse words. Meanwhile, Avi's stunned.
Look, Sometimes you have to speak your truth. You have to let your heart sing. Open yourself to the world. And I am fully open to another wild adventure in Pandora because the movie came out in 2009. Sure. They have been promising movie after movie for God knows how long. They're making 4 sequels. So, I don't know, James Cameron believes in this so wholeheartedly. He's been like, hey, I've been at the bottom of the literal ocean. All I care about is Avatar, and all you should care about is Avatar. So I'm gonna place my trust in James Cameron and the fine folks at Ubisoft to deliver an adventure worthy of that level of spectacle. Sure. I'm just shocked that it's actually a thing because it feels like an old wives' tale anytime you hear a mention of an Avatar sequel. So I'm just happy that one of them is actually real and tangible.
Yeah. That would be the takeaway from it, and I think that was what I walked away from it. As somebody who saw the movie, I think with Damon, years and years and years and years, another lifetime ago when we would go see Metreon movies all the time, right? Like, it's not a series that I've looked back at and been like, oh man, I can't wait for more sequels, but watching the gameplay of it here, right? Going through the open world, seeing them already start to mix that up and how beautiful it looks, I'm excited to see what they do with the franchise.
It looks very pretty.
Yeah.
I am not being paid to be here today. It's going to be difficult for me to muster enthusiasm for the Avatar game.
So beyond Far Cry, what got you?
Mario plus Rabbids.
Yeah.
love the first game. It looks like they changed the battle system this time around, though. Did you guys notice it's not grid-based anymore?
Yeah.
You can free roam around your circle of movement there. Also, it seems to be based on Mario Galaxy.
Yeah, you got the shines in there. You got
Rosalina in there too, and I love the Rosalina rabbit. We're just like, I gotta get out there.
A powerful vibe.
I'm not gonna go do this.
And I'm like, oh, cool. That's me, getting up every single morning. I'm like, I can relate to this. Let's get into this game. But it looks so cool.
Yeah, I love it when you can see Mario just duff someone out straight up.
Yeah.
I was saying earlier, it's like when Mario gets violent, I'm like, oh dang, he's angry. He's angry now.
He came out of that ship fully strapped, dual-wielding pistols.
Yeah.
He is not messing around.
Relax, my guy.
And I think, as we watch it right now, this is one of the things I think Ubisoft did well. We've talked about this coming in that, they have an hour-long presentation here. And again, it is off the back of a pandemic year and still being in a pandemic. So it wasn't, hey, here's 24 games. It was, hey, here are games and here are good looks at them, longer looks at them. Michael, did that work for you? Because obviously I know in the beginning you get into these situations of you're watching something like Rainbow Six Extraction. Yeah. You're watching something like Riders Republic. And if that's not your kind of game, obviously you're like, okay, cool. But I thought they did a good job, especially with Rabbids, of here's a trailer, here's us talking about it, and here's the gameplay for it.
I think that's important because it shows that they're very serious about this game that they're making. It's not just another game on a slate of a bunch of other ones.
Yeah.
So like going all in on Riders Republic. Shouts out to Blessing Adeoye Jr. I know you're hyped up for Riders Republic.
Oh, actually, good point. I'm sorry. I was reacting to Riders Republic with Blessing on Kind of Funny.
Oh, damn.
And I brought up the fact that you told me that he needs to be better about doing his utensils.
Whoa, hey!
He said you have to be better about getting the styrofoam out of the house. So just putting it out there.
Beef 3. Yo, when I got back home, we're beefing.
Okay, just making sure you knew. Just making sure.
Settle it on the mountain.
It's a lot of tension.
Oh, I'm shamed.
Avi, I got about 30 seconds, but I want with pre-show. You saw a bunch of little games. What
Oh
were
my
the ones
gosh,
that stood
I
out
had to
you?
write them down because they were so cute. So there was Bravery Network Online that looked really cute. It had like Scott Pilgrim-ish art style, and it's like a strategic turn-based game that looked cool. Cannot pronounce it. Dorfromantic, which is like
Nailed
world
it. You crushed
building,
it. You
calm.
crushed it.
It was super cute, but there were a lot of like these cute indie games and smaller games that were coming out. Brawlhalla had, I think, TMNT joining them. So all of these updates and stuff that are coming, I'm like, ooh, okay.
Yep,
I'm gonna check this stuff out.
Yeah, we even ran out of time talking about Assassin's Creed Valhalla having more stuff and promising a second year of support, which is not something they usually do. But very, very cool. There's so much to talk about here at E3. But fans were, of course, disappointed last October when the news came out they were going to delay Far Cry 6. With the first look at gameplay a couple weeks ago, reigniting the fans' flames for this franchise, the developers joined forces with our partners over at Reddit for a Q&A-style AMA.
Well, actually, long before joining Far Cry, I had a big interest in history and political science and revolution simply due to my family's own history. So when it came to actually working on a Far Cry, right from the beginning, I was fascinated, and the team was really fascinated by the idea of what does it take for someone to take up arms against this overwhelming force, this overwhelming regime. And so that invited a lot of questions and themes about the game. You know, when does your revolution begin? How far are you willing to go for that revolution? Are you fighting that revolution for the right reasons? Those were the kinds of questions that we felt we wanted to challenge our characters to answer in the story. Finally, I get to answer the question, what is the ending of Far Cry 6? Well, it's really simple. Water buffalo. I think it's super difficult to boil that down to one thing. I think first and foremost, being able to work with such an amazing, dedicated, talented, creative, diverse team on this project has been unbelievable. And also watching everyone's voice sort of represented in the DNA of our game has been really exciting to see. I think, you know, there's sort of a highlight reel that goes off in my mind over the course of production. Everything from debating the tiniest script detail in our writers' rooms to trying the Exterminador Supremo backpack for the first time, a controller in hand, to our last day of performance capture with our amazing cast and crew. You know, and also just all the amazing moments with our collaborators, our experts, our consultants who joined us to make this epic, meaningful story that had something to say. I have so much to be thankful for. There's way more favorite moments in the course of this project, but that's just a few of them. I will say epic, meaningful, and surprising. And I hope you appreciate that I am saying only 3 words right now, because that was excruciatingly difficult as a narrative director. We really tried to approach this with the idea that every Far Cry sort of has its own story and its own world. There's usually some loose connections between the games, but for us, we really wanted to look at the story of Yara, you know, and the revolution between Danny and Liberton on one side versus Anton and his regime on the other. It actually really depends on how you play. You know, right from the start, you're really gonna be able to approach the campaign however you choose. It was really important for us for you to have that freedom, so you're gonna be able to navigate your own path at your own pace and hit missions, checkpoints, F&D bases, and a lot more. I think something that was new for us and something exciting for us to bring into the brand was this idea that you would have these moments with Anton and Diego where the player wasn't there, that we would have these throughout the game, and you'd get to see the revolution really from Anton and Diego's perspective. And it just gives you a bigger picture of how the story is playing out in Yara. There's a lot to unpack there. The first thing is, Reign of Diego is a fantastic name for a Far Cry, but I am not falling for this trick. However, the previous question is super interesting, which is, you know, how did we land on this notion of family in Far Cry 6? I think what was really interesting for us to explore was this notion that how can a dictator commit such, you know, horrible human rights abuses against their own country while simultaneously talk about, you know, how great a father they are? That was something we really wanted to mine. And also with the notion that, you know, over 50 years, you know, the Castillos have had some hand in Yara's politics and his future. And I think this notion of inheritance came up, and the idea that, you know, Anton really believes that Yara is his and is for Diego to own, that the Castillos are the keys to quote unquote rebuild paradise. That was really fascinating for us. Thanks for joining me today and for allowing me this opportunity to answer some of your questions. Far Cry 6 launches on October 7th. I can't wait for you to dive into Yara.
You, Ubisoft, and Reddit there for that AMA, but now it's my time. I'm turning the tables on you, all right? So everybody, the question is gonna be, what do you want from Far Cry 6? What's the one thing you want from Far Cry 6?
Didn't you see the ending? That's all I care about. Chorizo, right? And I gotta look at him. I think he's like a pre-order.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. You can get special outfits for him. I think.
Yeah, special outfits.
Yeah.
Chorizo's in a wheelchair.
I know.
He's a doggy on wheels. That's all I care about in Far Cry 6.
Okay, cool. Wiener dog on wheels. Put it up there.
You know,
Damon.
that was a joke, but actually the real ending probably is you just get to chill out with Chorizo. And like in the story,
sure.
Well, the villain has been defeated. Now I can retire and just relax with Chorizo.
See, I think that's a fake out, because a lot of Far Cry games, if you just chill out at the beginning, there's like a false ending. You can beat the game in 5 minutes. So in that one, Chorizo just lulls you into a false sense of security, then brat, game over.
Oh wow, he was from the inside the entire time. He's a double
Chorizo's
agent.
a big heel turn. I'm sorry to spoil this, but
wow, I didn't see that one coming, Michael.
I want Far Cry 6 to say it with their chest. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you have the narrative director front and center.
Yeah.
And not many games do that. And he's out here saying, yo, it's going to be meaningful. We're trying to say something. And I think this is a very deliberate move for Ubisoft to put him at the forefront to tell everybody, like, yeah, we are serious about this. So whatever it is they want to say about in their game, I want them to say it with their chest.
And see, that's what I want too. Like when I'm thinking about this, what I want is the narrative to hook me. And I want it to go places that Far Cry doesn't necessarily go before, right? I think Far Cry often does a great job of punching you in the face and giving you a great setup. And then for me personally, it doesn't work. And I'm thinking specifically about 5. I thought 5 opened so strong, but I fell off in terms of what I was doing when I was going in there. So I hope 6, really drives that home, sticks with it.
Seems like they built a really expansive world, at least from a narrative perspective, and I hope the mission design sort of lives up to that, because sort of the problem you have with sandbox games sometimes is running into that feeling of repetition, like you're doing the same thing over and over again. And I feel like you have so much potential here. So yes, I understand some things are going to be repetitive by nature, but hopefully we get more variety this time around as well.
I don't need it. Damon and I will just clear out posts.
Yeah,
do you guys want some more Ubisoft insights? Well, you're in luck, because we've got some info straight from Ubisoft with the help from our friends at PC Gamer.
Ubisoft has been pretty quiet about Rainbow Six Extraction since it was announced back in 2019, so I'm definitely curious what it's like to finally get to open up about the game and show off some gameplay recently.
We're super excited as a team to finally reveal our game. We want the people to put their hands on it as soon as possible, so yeah, we're excited.
Yeah, and I also want to speak to the inception of Rainbow Six Extraction, what it was like to build a new team to expand on that concept into a full-blown game.
We were lucky enough to be able to put up a completely new team, completely different from the Siege team, with talents from pretty much all the brands that we did it at Ubisoft Montreal, so Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, For Honor, Watch Dogs, and also people from Rainbow Six Siege, and also people who worked on the very first Rainbow Six game, so Vegas and Vegas 2.
And I think a lot of people going into E3 are going to be curious just what an average mission, like an average hour of Rainbow Six Extraction looks like. So can you walk us through the basic gameplay loop?
First of all, it's a three-player co-op, so squad-based. It's a tactical game because it's a Rainbow Six game. It's a first-person shooter. And so you're doing what we call incursions. So as operators, Rainbow Six operators, you enter containment zones, which are mysterious and which regenerate every time. And you have to extract, which is why the game is called Extraction. You risk it all every time you go in this zone. So you must get out, but with the information that you're looking for.
I think I saw in a recent demo also that you'll be able to choose when to extract mid-mission if you're not doing so well.
Actually, you can extract at 3 different places in an incursion map. Each map is divided in 3 submaps, and it's really up to the players to decide if they want to go further.
I'm curious what it was like transitioning gadgets that are in Rainbow Six Siege into extraction, to a PvE environment, and how the team decided, which operators come over. Siege has a roster of over 50 characters now, and I saw 9 in the game so far. So I'm curious how you guys decide what makes the cut.
There were different layers in order to select them. The first one is, obviously, we selected the ones that were the most fit, at least at the base, for a PvE game. But also being able to play alone. As I said, you can play this game alone with a friend or with 2 friends. So the most fit for this job. And then we obviously reworked them to make sure that we push them to their full potential within our game genre and within our fantasy, while keeping them highly tactical.
A good example I noticed was Vigil, who in Siege can become invisible on cameras. In Extraction, he becomes invisible to enemies, essentially, for a limited time.
That's a very good example of the adaptation that we made, and it's the case for all the ops.
I doubt you can say much about it, but I did also want to ask about Extraction's narrative. How much of a campaign is there that players will recognize, or what type of story is being told in the game?
Extraction starts 3 years after the events of New Mexico, where the parasite was seemingly contained by the Rainbow Six by then. But immediately after the events, they created the React organization. And out of nowhere, with no reason, the parasite emerged again on 4 different sites in the US. So React had to become really active and intervene in those 4 different zones, 4 different areas in the US, where they sent the Rainbow Six React operators.
Is Extraction a live service game as much as Siege is? Will it be receiving seasonal updates, more missions, that kind of thing on a pretty regular basis?
So I can't reveal too much for now. What I can say is yes, there's a post-launch plan.
All right.
Absolutely.
How's that? And I know Ubisoft is also recently committed to having crossplay in as many games as possible. I'm curious if it's been confirmed yet whether Extraction will have crossplay, and on top of that, cross-progression, cross-platform.
I cannot answer for now, but I'll be very happy to answer later.
And that was a bit more information on Rainbow Six Extraction. Damon Hatfield, I remember 14 years ago moving to San Francisco and bringing home an Xbox 360 and you and me playing Rainbow Six Vegas.
Dude, so many good memories. Both that and Vegas too, yeah.
Of course.
And of course, this is a little bit different. Rainbow Six is different today.
Yeah.
But I am excited for Extraction for a couple reasons. I know Siege is a great game, super popular. I'm not really a PvP guy though, so sort of reworking the Rainbow Six gameplay into a PvE game, much like Back 4 Blood, that seems really cool. And also, just given the choice, if I'm ever given the choice between a realistic setting and sci-fi, fantasy, or horror, I'm always going to go with the latter. So this Extraction is really speaking to me. I like it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, right? Of like, I've played Siege, I've enjoyed Siege, but the PvP thing has never been my scene. So to take, like they said, weeks ago, take all that information that they've learned, all those mechanics, bringing me in here, it gets me going too, and I do want to get in there. Now, Michael, you gonna play?
Yeah, hell yeah, I'm gonna play, because Rainbow Six Siege is my favorite multiplayer shooter, like on the block right now.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I was a big Counter-Strike player, and Rainbow Six Siege is the game that kind of elevated that style of multiplayer experience. But of course, Extraction being a way to kind of take the fascinating mechanics, the operators, all the different things that you could do in Rainbow Six Siege, but it makes you think about those things a little bit differently. And I know that Jackie and I were watching it and seeing how the operators are being used, because the threat is very different than other live players. So I think that they have such a strong foundation with the operators and with Siege. So this is I got my eyes on Extraction big time.
Avi, what about you?
I'm thinking about the entire experience of the game because it's been how long since we've had like some really good multiplayer. Let's go shoot up some zombies, some aliens, some whatever is running towards us screaming.
Slimy tar monster men, yeah.
Exactly right. And same thing with Siege. It's like, you know, your friends can get mad at the people we're playing against. Oh, they're smurfing. Oh, they're this and that. And now it's like, hey man, it's AI. Either get good or you know we're gonna replace you with someone else. So that's what I'm super excited for, to team up with two other buddies.
You're turning on your friends. That's what you're excited for.
It is on them. Like if I'm picking up kills, that's fine. And if they're dying, then you know we'll replace them. You want to play sometime? Ditch him?
Oh sure, yeah, totally. We don't want to ditch him. We can. I mean, it's 3 players. We all have different. Dan, are you playing? Do we need to?
If there's room for me in the group, then yes.
All right, we'll kick around.
We'll kick him out.
Yes.
Don't worry about it. She's got all these new G4 friends I've been hearing about. They've been hanging out. Don't worry about it. So those weren't the only things Ubisoft planned to show off today. We have an exclusive new clip for their upcoming comedy horror movie, Werewolves Within, based off the game of the same name. It stars Melania Weintraub and Sam Richardson. Let's take an exclusive look.
Hey everyone, I'm Margaret Boykin, Director of Film Development at Ubisoft Film and Television and producer of Werewolves Within. I'm so excited to show you the trailer for this movie. It's our first independently produced feature, and I'm even more excited to have the genius writer behind it, Mishna Wolf, here with me. I was lucky enough to work with Mishna to develop the story for this film during Ubisoft's inaugural Women's Film and Television Fellowship, and we are both so proud of the finished product.
Hey everyone, I'm Mishna Wolf, and I'm the screenwriter of the upcoming Werewolves Within film. I wrote it in the Ubisoft Women's Fellowship, and you could say the project sort of chose me since Wolf is kind of my last name. The movie is a modern-day horror comedy whodunit starring Sam Richardson as a forest ranger who comes to a small town, and Melania Weintraub is the postal worker. Together, they have to keep the peace while trying to uncover the truth behind a mysterious creature who's been terrorizing the community.
Please enjoy this world premiere clip from Werewolves Within. We can't wait for you to check out the film on June 25th.
Mrs. Anderson?
It's the damn devil that ate my baby!
Devin found her like this.
I have a triathlon in August, so, 4 a.m. sprints, and I heard screaming. Well, let's be honest, the whole neighborhood heard screaming.
I told you, I didn't need your help!
I'm gonna go get a croissant.
My baby! That monster killed my Chachi!
I'm so sorry, I'm confused. Are we talking about a real baby? Because if that's the case, oh my God. But if not, it's
For God's sake, Joaquin, show a little respect.
It's Joaquin with an M.
I don't mean to be rude, Pete, but your dog only barked at Jews.
And brown people, no carbs.
There's something out there!
Probably just a coyote.
Or a possum, hun?
And that is some Werewolves Within. Dan, I'm being told we have to go to you first.
I'm glad they told you that because I do love a good horror comedy, and this cast is low-key stacked with a bunch of people. You may not know their name, but they are genuinely hilarious. You have Sam Richardson from Detroiters, I Think You Should Leave. You have Melania Weintraub, who's an amazing improviser, but you probably know her best from the AT&T commercials, but she is so much more than just advertising cell phones. And then you also have Harvey Guillen from What We Do in the Shadows. So that is an impressive pedigree right there. Just really talented people, and I think it's a rich premise for it because the game, it's all about deception. It's kind of like, before there was Among Us, or maybe simultaneously, you have a game like Werewolves Within where it's all about tricking people into thinking you're not a werewolf, but you secretly are. And that's exactly what we're going to get here.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. You talk about the cast and how stacked it is. When we watched it the first time, I was like, oh, I know that person, and I know that person. But they're all the ones from, like, the funny people in the other shows. Like, I noticed the one guard from Orange Is the New Black. I'm like, oh, you're in this too?
Exactly.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah, to get them off there and go. Michael, what do you look for in a horror comedy?
Oh my God! I did not expect.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah. No, don't turn it around on me. Don't turn it around on me.
You think this can possibly top an American Werewolf in Paris?
No. No, I mean, that's a classic, right?
No, it's not. That's the
I'm
bad
thinking
one.
London. I'm thinking
Yes.
London. I'm sorry,
It's
David.
all a shared universe. Every werewolf movie
Every werewolf
canonically
is
is the
everything.
same universe.
I know what I want.
Here we go.
Yeah, I want people with my kind of skin tone to survive throughout the whole movie. That's
I think
what
you'll
I
get
want.
that. I think you'll get that.
Vibes.
I think you'll get that. All right. Do you want more? That isn't the only movie we're showing off today. We've got an exclusive clip from the upcoming movie Free Guy, followed by a one-on-one interview with director Sean Levy and Entertainment Weekly's Nick Romano. But first, we've got a special guest who's giving us a look at his upcoming video game action comedy. I think his name is Ryan something.
Ooh, I like him.
Hello, E3. I'm internationally tolerated film star and Nexus 6 basic pleasure model Ryan Reynolds. At its core, Free Guy is the story of the first self-aware artificial intelligence entity coded into the background of a popular video game known as an NPC. Fun, right? But remember, while AI holds great promise for the future, it may also pose a dire existential threat, and we should wipe it out before it destroys us all. Anyway, enjoy Free Guy. My name is Guy.
Sunday should be warm and sunny, just a scattering of drive-bys.
And I live in paradise. I've got a best friend.
This is the greatest cup of coffee of all time.
Oh! Mondays, am I right, Joe?
You said it, Guy.
And I work at the bank.
Everybody down to the bank!
I thought I had everything I needed. But then I met her.
Everybody down on the ground. Everybody except you.
Me?
It's just a...
Oh, please, I have a cold fist.
There's something inside you, Guy.
I don't want something inside me.
I expected you to just follow the rules, but you are so much more than that. Put these on.
Okay, fine. Oh my God! What are these, trick glasses or something?
Guy, there is no easy way to say this. This world, it's a video game. You're not real.
Please stop my...
And the guy responsible for this world is going to destroy it.
You've met God?
Yes, he's an absolute troll.
Trolls exist. Buddy, if we're not real, doesn't that mean that nothing you do matters?
I am sitting here with my best friend trying to help him get through a tough time. Now, if that's not real, I don't know what is.
I know this world is just a game, but this place, these people, that's all I have. So I'm not gonna be the good guy.
Thanks, Guy.
I'm gonna be the great guy.
Well, enjoy your lifetime supply of virginity. Off you go.
This whole good guy routine is ruining the game.
Woo!
Terminate him.
It's the first time I've ever driven a car before.
I really wish you'd mention that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That actually hurt my hand. We can save our world, but we have to fight together. I don't even know what's happening right now, but I love it. Time's up, bank teller. Nope.
I can't die. I'm never gonna die.
This is Nick Romano with Entertainment Weekly magazine. Thank you so much for joining today's E3 panel conversation with filmmaker Sean Levy. Sean is diving into the world of video games as the director of the movie Free Guy. Ryan Reynolds stars as an NPC, or non-playable character, in the open world game Free City, who then becomes self-aware of the fact that he's not actually a real person like he thought he was. Comedy and a lot of action ensue. So can you give me like a little bit, a description sort of about your kind of genesis with this project? Like, when did it sort of, this material first come across your way?
So Ryan called me. We had almost made several movies together, and I won't name titles because some of them are about to come out. But so we were introduced years ago through our mutual friend Hugh Jackman, who I got to know on Real Steel. And Hugh had always said, if you guys ever work together, it's going to be it's going to be gangbusters because we're both Canadians with lots of daughters, and we really work hard, and then we want to go home to our family. So we have a similar approach to life. We knew each other a little bit. We almost found the right thing. And in the summer of 18, Ryan texted me saying, do you have a movie for next spring, summer? I think I finally found our film. And we talked about it like a day later, and he said there's this script called Free Guy, and I knew this script because I'd read it 2.5, 3 years earlier. But at that point, all I saw was, oh, it's a gamer film. It's a film about gaming culture. It's a video game premise. Probably there's more hardcore players and gamers who would be better suited to that. But Ryan he said, let's just talk about it. And he goes, I'm a casual gamer myself. I think this is an incredibly juicy premise, but let's take the premise and make it a movie that isn't just for the gaming community. Let's get that right. Let's get that aspect of the movie right. And we work really goddamn hard to do so. But let's also make kind of a postmodern new Truman Show, a movie about a background character who gains awareness of their identity.
Were there specific games that sort of inspired the look and the feel of Free City?
One of the more overt ones is Grand Theft Auto, for sure. Fortnite was another. But what was fun about this, I remember early on, what was fun is the random little tidbits of inspiration. So for instance, I hope they're okay with me kind of sharing this. Like early on, I make Stranger Things. That's kind of my ongoing gig. And so I showed the script of Free Guy to the brothers, to the Duffer brothers, Matt and Ross, who are close friends at this point. And because they play a lot. Matt in particular plays a lot of video games. And he's like, you know what always drives us crazy? And I think he mentioned it was in Spider-Man, like there's this one old lady who's like, she's like an NPC, but she's like a side mission. She's just always bitching about her lost cats. You know what you should do? There should be like a character like that. And so in Free Guy, we created this NPC who is wandering around Free City looking for her cats. And it was just kind of really, there's a perfect example of like, I'll take a good idea from anywhere. I'll take inspiration from anywhere. And I always remember like, oh, there's a lot I don't know. There's a lot of movies I haven't seen and games I haven't played. And so that's another example. I also want to say, Nick, like we were supposed to come to E3 and we had this whole plan last year, actually, for Ryan and I to come with Free Guy, and I wanted to show the whole movie to you guys. And, this is obviously the heart of the world that we were every day cognizant of making a movie for. Making a movie that is different from the other video game movies, because as we said, this isn't an adaptation. It's not literal to anything, but hopefully it's authentic to everything. And hopefully it's authentic to not only games, but more importantly, maybe to the culture of gaming, and that community and how passionate it is, right? Like people really care. They care about what they're playing. They care about the way that world and those games are represented and talked about. And, for me, I don't want to do anything half-assed, and I want to connect with a community that cares in a passionate way. And hopefully we've done what we set out to do, which is to make a movie where that community feels like, okay, that's one for us. And we got it right.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Sean, for joining us today for E3's panel. And for everyone watching at home, Free Guy will be released in theaters this August 13th.
Enjoy.
And that was your deep dive on Free Guy, a movie we've heard about forever. You know what I mean? This whole pesky pandemic got in the way of it, but it's finally coming out in August. Avi, I need to ask you, am I allowed to be excited for it? We've been burned as gamers by movies so many times. Like, this looks interesting and funny, and it's got Sean, and it's got Ryan, and like, why wouldn't we like that?
I feel like because it's a comedy and because like we heard from the director, like he's done his research into the culture, and then also the fact that Ryan Reynolds is involved with it, and we saw his work on Deadpool. Like, he really went through Deadpool and became that character.
Yeah.
I think that we can get excited for it. I'm feeling optimistic about it.
Okay.
I heard that there was a bunch of streamers who have cameos like Pokemon Pokimane and Ninja. and then,
Jacksepticeye, you know what I mean? That guy. Whoa.
Him too, but I mean, like, I feel like there's gaming culture has gotten so much bigger now that finally, like, oh, look, Hollywood's paying attention and they're gonna try to jump in on it. But even if this one is like okay, that opens the doors to find and make something that's like even better.
Yeah, baby steps. Exactly. No, that makes perfect sense. Now, Damon Hatfield from IGN.com, you host a show called Game Scoop.
Yeah.
But I hear you have a movie scoop.
Scoop for you, yeah. In addition to the streamers, you can also find a cameo from former IGNer Terry Schwartz in Free Guy. And in an alternate universe, it was me. Because they wanted to have some gaming media in the film, and they reached out to IGN, and the idea was floated for me to do it, but I couldn't make it for some reason. I had a conflict. They were shooting on location and couldn't fit it into my schedule. So Terry went instead, and so now Terry's going to be in the movie.
Wow. And then she quit IGN.
Because she's a big movie star.
She went Hollywood. She went Hollywood.
That was all Terry needed. She's like, I'm out. Are you kidding me? I'm going to get out and do this. Michael, is this going to be one you and Blessing head to the theater to see?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
You know, Bless and I were talking about how it's wild going into a theater nowadays. It's like,
totally right.
Like, I like going into a theater where there's nobody there too. So I'll probably wait a little while, and then it's like, okay, now the theaters have cleared up. So Bless and I can get our seats together. We can share popcorn.
Yeah.
Let me know what's up. What are you doing when this when this movie comes out? So yeah, I want to hang out with my bro.
Okay, good.
And I'll take the styrofoam out.
Get the styrofoam
I'll
out.
do it.
You know what I mean? And then Dan. You're going to go see this one? Is this on your radar?
I am. I can't wait to see this in a theater because that trailer looks like so much spectacle, the kind of which I really want to see on the big screen because I've been missing that. So many movies that have come out. I'm very grateful we've been able to watch them at home, but it can't replicate the sheer thrill of seeing it with other people on a screen the size of several times my apartment. So I'm like very thrilled to see that. And also, I'm putting my trust in Ryan Reynolds here because this is not his first video game movie rodeo. He did Pokemon Detective Pikachu as well.
Great
he takes a very active role in his project, so I'm hopeful that they can have a good time and really lampoon some of the stuff that we like to make fun of with video games and those tropes and things like that, but on this sort of blank slate. Plus, you have other people like Jodie Comer, Taika Waititi. It's a really stacked cast as well.
It's a good point. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. All right, let's see what we can do, everybody. Get out there, watch it in the theaters like we were talking about. But for right now, keep watching your small device as you watch E3 with us. Friends, what a great start to things. Golden Boy, Jackie, what did you guys think of these movie trailers we just saw?
Absolutely loved it. So much comedy, involves video games. We're absolutely here for it. Let's start off talking about Free Guy, right?
Yeah.
I think we make fun of NPCs a lot, let's be honest.
Oh, all the time. It's an endless thing. They never do the thing you want them to do, you know?
I
Especially in escort missions. Why? Stop making escort missions, people.
But
it's not hard.
I know, but what's fun about this is that okay, the NPC is sentient, and he's just absolutely adorable and hysterical, and he's played by Ryan Reynolds. And I just feel like Ryan Reynolds can do no wrong. Deadpool, Deadpool 2, we heard Dan Casey talking about Detective Pikachu. I really just, anything with Ryan Reynolds.
Well, you know, he did do Fantastic Four, but, not Fantastic Four.
Green Lantern!
Green Lantern. Oh,
Get
I'm out of here.
Leave.
Goodbye.
Just leave, okay.
That was my joke.
Yeah.
That was my joke, and I messed it up. Greg, don't come at me. I'll
Greg
fight
is
you.
running over here.
All right,
We're not talking about Green Lantern.
Greg.
We're not talking about Green Lantern.
Greg, stop yelling.
Don't talk about Green Lantern.
Okay, we're good. All right, everyone, back on the rails.
Okay, that happened. So, Werewolves Within, let's just
I told you we were going to be crazy, Jackie. I told you we were going to be crazy. That's why we have you and people like Dan and Avali somehow tricked away in here.
Yeah.
It's pretty nutty.
It is quite the group. I mean, you guys are literally two wrestlers that are talking about video games,
Yeah.
but I'm here for it. So, yes, Werewolves Within, also very comedic. I told you I absolutely love the trailer. And it's actually a VR game, and I think it was set in a medieval village setting, but obviously they're branching out here. This is modern times. But absolutely hysterical. I was in stitches about it. So I'm here for more movies about video games and making me laugh. I'm here
there's
for
one
it.
thing we learned, right, especially with like Detective Pikachu, like, hey, Ready Player One, even though it was more pop culture, there was still that flair, that charm that was present in the movie, and it really spoke to a lot of us. I mean, I'm a huge fan of the book, so I kind of got a little bit of that here almost with Free Guy, which made me excited, and then obviously with Werewolves Within. I'm not a horror person, but I'm always into the idea of comedy horror. Yeah. So, you know, and you put Sam Richardson in anything, and I'm in there from the get-go. But, yeah. And I'm going to go and, you know, fight Greg.
It's been a long
Yeah.
day.
I'm gonna go
Okay,
fight
yeah,
Greg.
you guys are gonna go fight,
gonna fight.
actually. But before y'all do that, really quickly, do not forget to check out our exclusive E3 shop for t-shirts, hats, and jackets at e3expo.com/shop. Now y'all can go fight.
Yeah, we're gonna go fight, but don't worry, folks, because coming up, we've got Gearbox Software and what we might see from them later on today. You know, new games, new trailers, who knows? That and more still to come here.
They're gonna be fighting on camera.
That too.
So make sure you're here.
At E3 2021.
World of Warcraft because I was so addicted to it and I had so much fun. It's still one of my favorite games ever, though I don't play anymore because, you know, gotta work.
My playtime on that game was literally measured in years on one character.
One of the biggest things about World of Warcraft that kind of kept me going back is just the grind. The lore of it is just amazing, and it's just an amazing game. I don't think any game can ever beat it, honestly.
RuneScape of all games, that game completely took over my life.
Play RuneScape before school, like, you know, get a couple more hours of sleep and then wake up and act like I totally wasn't tired.
Psychonauts, a game that built on my love of platformers, but also added a comedic sensibility that I had never seen in video games before, and just a general creativity that I thought was like mind-blowing for anything, not just video games.
Snatcher is my favorite game. They teased us all with the TurboGrafx 16 Mini, where they included it in there, but it was the Japanese version of it. I wasn't mad. I was like, I need to find a solution to play this game.
Jet Set Radio, because I saw a commercial for it once, and it was bananas, and I was like, I have to have this game. So I went to a pawn shop and got a Dreamcast with my own money, and then I went to Target right afterwards, and the only game they had was Jet Grind Radio, which is the game I wanted. So it was fate.
Jet Set Radio, if you haven't played it, please go back in the day. It was on Dreamcast.
Sims, just because that was my first PC game ever.
Definitely Sims, because I could make my own black family in The Sims, and that was something I'd never really experienced in a game before.
Definitely The Last of Us.
The Last of Us. Being able to play a game that's so jaw-droppingly beautiful and immersive and getting so wrapped up in that story.
Oh my gosh, took all my emotions, poured all of them into a glass, and then smashed the glass in front of my face while I cried about it. It was so good. It was so good.
Welcome back to E3 2021. We are mere minutes away from the latest from Gearbox Software. Guys, what are you hoping to see from Gearbox today? We don't talk about Green Lantern, all right?
Or my Instant Fantastic
Okay, I'm sorry, Jackie.
I had to hold them off.
Jackie,
during the
what do you want to
commercial
see?
break.
What do you want to see from Gearbox?
Okay, so two things. Number one, I mean, it's E3. We're all here for video games,
Of
right?
course.
But okay, we got to talk about the movie. I'm
Yes.
super amped for
More
Borderlands.
movie talk.
Huh?
More movie talk.
More I know, what did I just say?
No
No
more
more
movie
movie talk.
talk,
Okay.
but-
But really quickly, I do want to see Kate Blanchett walk out and just be like absolutely stunning and amazing. And then Ain't No Rest for the Wicked. Just come on, Cage the Elephant song. And I just think that would be perfect. That's all I need. Just like a little walkout. And then Tiny Tina's Wonderland.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. What we all want.
Absolutely love Tiny Tina. She is just absolutely nutty in the perfect way. And this is going to be a fantasy epic. So I just want to see more, and I want to see what they're planning. So that's me. Those are my two things.
Yeah. Just to echo on it, Tiny Tina Wonderland, I want to see what they do with the mechanics of Borderlands and, you know, add some new flares in there, you know?
Of course, yeah. I mean, that's what, you know, it's, you know, based or inspired by, right, that DLC that everybody loved from Borderlands 2, which was Tiny Tina telling you a story. So to have
Her narration.
Right, and then the fact that
Amazing.
she's the, you know, the bunker master here, right? And
Yeah.
she's going to
Yeah.
be telling you this D&D game. that sounds awesome. I want to be a part of that. I'm excited, of course, yes, for the movie because they've shown all the silhouettes for the team. Now let's see what the characters look like. But then also, I think, you know, we look past it all the time. The Gearbox publishes a lot of games.
Very true.
And so what they could possibly have up their sleeve, what surprises they could have for us today, that's a big part of this equation, even though we immediately jump to Borderlands.
And when you talk Gearbox, you got to talk about Borderlands. I get it, but I'm excited for this one, Greg.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to wait any longer. Without further ado, let's turn things over to our friends at Gearbox Software.
Welcome to Gearbox University, where inquisitive minds encounter compelling opportunities. At Gearbox University, our aim is to broaden your intellectual horizons and enrich your global perspective. Gearbox University was founded in 1999, just 15 years after this 80s orientation video was made. We offer numerous degrees across a multitude of fields, including sociopathology, supply chain management, and storytelling with a European-sounding accent. Gearbox University comprises 3 unique colleges that will place you on whichever path to success is right for you. At the College of Gearbox Software, we can shape you into the looting, shooting vault hunter you've always believed you could be. At the College of Gearbox Publishing, we offer advanced degrees in Norse mythology, projectile meteorology, or regular meteorology. You can even write your thesis on the deification of gravity. Finally, there's the College of whatever the hell else we're doing, with specialties in badass bunkernomics, history of magic, enlarged vehicle maneuvering, and yes, even Hollywood filmmaking. Did you hear we're making a Borderlands movie? It's true. Let's learn more about all the innovative opportunities you can find at Gearbox University. Dynamic, pioneering, groundbreaking.
Hey everybody, if you don't know me, I'm Randy Pitchford, the founder of the Gearbox Entertainment Company and executive producer of the Borderlands franchise and all of the great games that we do at Gearbox. And I am right now on the set of the Borderlands motion picture, in development, in production. We're shooting. This is a live soundstage, and I thought, since I'm here, wouldn't it be cool if I walk you around a little bit and show you some of the cool stuff that we're doing? Let me walk you this way. This is a live set. There's guys working on the movie right now in real time. We've been everywhere. We've been in the caves of the Caustic Caverns.
What's up, haters?
We've been in the desert, in the sand quarries. We've been in the stone quarries, doing all kinds of amazing stuff. Actually, look, this is. Hey, Eli, can I grab you for a second? Yes. This is Eli Roth, our director.
Hey, everybody.
This is E3. These
What's
are
up, our guys?
gamers. And you've got Edgar
I
here.
know. We have so much. He doesn't exist in the game, but he exists in the movie and in real life. It's Edgar Ramirez.
Well, Edgar Ramirez's character Atlas exists hypothetically in the game. We've never met him before in the game or in real life. We're meeting Atlas for the first time in this movie story. I'm so stoked that you're here doing this.
Thank you, man. I'm very happy.
This is going to be a blast.
Congratulations.
Oh, thanks. Look, I feel like we're just getting started. The whole point is to entertain people, and this movie that Eli's making, it's unreal.
I mean, we have. I don't want to say what we're filming, but it's lots of blood, lots of guts. It's totally bonkers, but it's also very Borderlands. I have learned how to twirl a Vlad off.
You know what? I think we should. Let me show this.
Yeah, we could show that.
This is
the stunt one. That's
this is video game fans will recognize this is the Infinity. It's a Vlad off Infinity. And you've gotten pretty good at twirling.
Well, they have ones that actually, this one is light, so I could really learn to twirl because I don't want to smash a real one.
Good at that.
But Kate's amazing. She can side twirl, she can double twirl.
That's right.
She can do the front twirl.
Isn't it unbelievable how she's brought Lilith to life? I can't wait for you to see. Kate is a god.
I saw, everyone thinks of Kate from Blue Jasmine or Carol, all the things she's done. And House of the Clock on the Swallows, I saw how unbelievably funny she was. And I noticed that she brought out the great dramatic acting in Jack Black, and Jack brought out the great comedy in Kate. She was so into it. She wants to really, understand it from the inside out. Like, what are the powers? Where do they come from?
It's wild to watch her walk like Lilith. That blew my mind. She's totally done it.
We want to make a real great science fiction movie. We don't want to just make a great video game adaptation movie. I just want it to be a great.
Well, that's the key, right?
Great you just have to make a great sci-fi movie. Period.
And it's really come to life. So for Borderlands fans who play the video game, if you have people in your lives that you want to introduce to Borderlands but aren't going to play the game with you, this movie's how you do it. You can bring your family, your loved ones, bring them to the movie. And introduce them to Borderlands. They're going to love it.
We want this to be like a gateway drug for the non-Borderlands fans. I mean, look, the great thing about the game is there's so much to it that you're telling 80 hours of story every time. I mean, people can live in the world, so we have to create a different experience. And the experience has to be thrilling in a different way and exciting. Have all the things that the fans love. Easily the best cast I've ever worked with, but just a world-class cast of actors that all came in just to come in and play, and everyone is so into their characters. Like we see way Florian's playing Creed.
Florian is killing it.
Ariana is Tiny Tina. Kevin is Roland. I mean, Kevin is a man on a mission.
I can't believe
he's
watching
playing
Kevin
full action star.
Go full action star. I think he's really going to surprise people. I think Kevin's over there actually, and I know Lisa is trying. Lisa, our first
to get a shot. Go get him.
You go to work. All right, come with me, guys. Come with me. I'm going to see if I can find Ari and one of the producers and Emmy. The Arods are legendary. Hey, Ari, can I interrupt you, man? Guys, this is Emmy and Ari from Arad Productions. Ari Arad has made a whole bunch of awesome movies. You're probably familiar with the Arads from Marvel, right? Because Avi Arad was the founder and the CEO of Marvel Studios, and they created a movie called Spider-Man, and then Iron Man. I believe you're the executive producer.
Yeah, I worked on that one.
You worked on, and then the X-Men, and then the Avengers, and I think it's gone from there. These are the most successful movies of all time for comic books. And the pitch you gave me was, hey, that was cool. We figured it out with comic books. We think that video games are the next frontier of this, and we think Borderlands is the perfect video game. And you were really flattering. And how was I to you? I was kind of a jerk, wasn't I?
You made us work for it. You made us work for it. But you were right. You were right.
Well, you have to understand, we get hit up from Hollywood people all the time, and it's a different world. What we have to do to make video games is a completely different skill set than what you care about in making these incredible films. And I wanted to make sure that if we were going to partner with somebody on the film side, that it was with people that cared about our universe, cared about our fans, and cared about the character and the worlds that we created, and was going to actually develop it. Not just, a lot of these guys will collect options and just throw it at studios, just see where they can get business done. And I probably beat you up for 2 years plus.
Oh yeah.
We called it dating for 2 years.
Yeah, exactly. I remember.
You remember? We were dating for years. Yes. And but we did a deal, and it's been a long road.
Yeah, but you know what? We're here and we're psyched, and it's been worth it. Feels like we used that time pretty well.
I can't believe it.
And we're really proud of where we're at.
Absolutely.
It's pretty amazing. So we're more than halfway done with the shooting. We're about 2/3 of the way done. Oh, look at this.
All
right. We got Eli again.
We have a really funny shot.
Oh yeah?
With the trash. We should be shooting it behind the scenes.
I was told that we can't.
I don't think we can give it away, but I think that for him, anyways, for our behind the scenes, we should get it.
So I'll tell you what, you guys. This is Eli. This is Ari. Oh, don't look that way. You can't. No, this way. Look this way. We can't show. Yes. I don't want to. Okay. So guys, it's going to be an amazing E3. Borderlands the film is going to be absolutely incredible. We've got some cool stuff to show you. I know some of you are interested in seeing more about the new game that we have announced and learning more from Gearbox Publishing. So you're going to get all that. I wish I could be there in person, but since we're digital, we're going to do it this way. Thank you guys, and I'll catch you later. Cheers.
Among the many innovative courses offered by Gearbox University, make sure you check out Borderlands Science. By solving the puzzles, you can contribute to real-world research studying the human gut microbiome. For you freshmen in the audience, here's our leading scientist, Mayim Bialik.
By playing Borderlands 3, you can contribute to real-world scientific research that helps real people. You'll be directly helping our scientists organize and compare this doo-doo.
I'm the conductor of the poop train! With Borderlands Science, you too can be the conductor of the poop train. And while you'll reap in-game rewards when you play, the real reward is knowing that you're making the world a better place. Gearbox University. We're not even charging tuition for this.
The Homeworld game started in the mid-90s. It would be the first ever truly 3D RTS. So that was a big deal in, the late 90s.
Fate. It soars on the wind. It rises from the grave. It stalks the ocean floor. You cannot hide from fate. But you can make your own.
Roll for initiative, suckers!
Quick question. We're not talking about yet, right?
That is correct.
It's my favorite. Hi, I'm Kayla Belmore, and I'm senior producer on Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. So what's really unique about Wonderlands is it's a looter shooter, which is, pretty classic for Gearbox software, but for the first time ever, we're setting it in a brand new fantasy environment. Even though it's inspired by some of the content we've made before with Assault on Dragon's Keep, a fan favorite.
Roll for initiative, suckers!
It's a completely standalone plot, new set of characters with some nods to the past, but if you've never played a Borderlands game before, you can absolutely jump right in and enjoy it just as much. absolutely excited to talk about all of our new enemy types. So that is one of our wyvern enemies. You will absolutely be fighting them. They're not your average wyvern. So of course we've got goblins. You definitely can't have a fantasy game without goblins, but again, we like to make them our own. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope that you are as stoked as we are about Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Follow us on our social channels to find out the latest and greatest news. Enjoy the rest of the show.
This franchise has been around for so long. Here we are years later, and we keep looking at like, well, Homeworld 3, this has to happen.
The giants have come to Midgard, and you have been chosen by the gods to protect this realm. But your first task is to find some new clothes that aren't as drafty. Your tribe's journey starts in the wilderness. Hunt down pets, gather rare resources, and explore the untamed world. Once you've plundered all you can carry, return to your village and use those resources to forge Viking-worthy gear. You must protect the seed of Yggdrasil at all costs, or this world and everything in it will be destroyed forever. So take heed. The Helplings rise when the sun sets. Destroy these dark spirits before they destroy the seed. Each victorious knight makes way for a new day, to venture into new lands, build to greater heights, and face fiercer creatures. And with great risk comes great rewards. But be careful, you're of little use to Midgard squashed by a troll. Craft legendary weapons, build deadly defenses, and grow the strength of your tribe, because those giants are on their way. And it's time for us to end their path of destruction. Let's show them our might is greater than their height. As the saying goes, Valhalla! Can't wait!
Hello everyone, my name is Juan Maroda. I'm the creative director at Northville. We're just under 2 months away from finally launching our upcoming 10-player co-op action RPG, Tribes of Midgard, and deliver it to you on July 27th on PS5, PS4, and Steam. In Tribes of Midgard, you play as an Einarjar, a glorious Viking hero that's been returned to Midgard in order to protect the seed of Yggdrasil, the World Tree. Every time you start a new run, you would want to go out and explore this new world, gather some resources, fight enemies, and return to your village in order to craft better equipment and tools to help you survive. You can also upgrade and fortify your village, because each night, creatures from hell will emerge from the depth to attack your tree. Make it through the night to go back out to raid enemy camps, dwell in caves, take part in events, go on quests, build anywhere, and of course, loot countless items to gain experience and level up your Viking. We now have 8 classes in the game, each with their own abilities, specificities, and playstyle. As you gain experience, you level up to unlock even more skills, which you can then combine with dozens of runes for over-the-top results. But those nightly creatures aren't even your biggest threat. You must get ready and prepare for your biggest challenge, and I mean biggest challenge to date. Every couple of days, a giant will emerge and walk towards your village with the intent of destroying the seed of Yggdrasil. You must stop it and take it down, whatever the cost, otherwise it's game over. You can of course play Tribes of Midgard completely on your own, but we highly recommend that you bring along 9 friends to thrive together. We cannot wait to share more information about this ever-growing epic saga in the weeks to come. In the meantime, you can already pre-order the game right now to earn exclusive items and be among the first to defend Midgard against Ragnarok. Because as they say, Valhalla can wait. Thanks for watching. Sail sail.
At Gearbox University, it's not all textbooks and calculators. Sometimes we like to kick back and have a little fun. A good sense of humor is of vital importance if you want to succeed in these halls. Here's a list of sensible wisecracks you might hear when you're exploring our campus. Why did the tribe of Midgard cross the road? To get to the Thor side. Knock knock. Who is there? The commando. The commando who? I don't know. What are you axing me for? Welcome to the Homeworld Diner. Our special today is the dessert of Carrick. Help! I've God-fallen, and I can't get up. Claptrap, Tiny Tina, and Mad Moxie walk into a bar. Wait, I think Moxie owns the bar, so why would she be walking in? She'd already be there. And is Tiny Tina old enough to drink? Maybe it doesn't matter in space. Also, what's the punchline? And how is Claptrap walking in? I want to say he counts as a unicycle. Okay, we'll work on this before we submit to E3. Gearbox University. Our comedy school is a 2-year degree.
Macros thinks the war is over. After all your promises, but our fight has just begun. Our duty is to carry the burden of war.
Or just savor the victory.
What fun is death, when death is the end of our fun?
The darkness has breached reality. It is time, my champion.
Know how this is going to end.
Time for your madness to end, brother.
I was never just your brother. I am your god.
And after all your promises, you've ripped it too.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Dick Hain, and I'm the Senior Technical Producer at Counterplay Games. First and foremost, on behalf of everyone at CPG and Gearbox alike, I want to thank you for being part of Godfall's journey up until this point. It's crazy to think that Godfall just launched in November of last year. Our developers have been hard at work ever since. In fact, this past February, we launched the massive Primal update, which included new content such as additional rooms in Tower of Trials, Primal gear, Ascension levels, and much, much more. But I'm excited to announce today that on August 10th, we will be launching Godfall on the PlayStation 4. Not only that, but owning Godfall on the PS4 entitles you to a free PS5 upgrade, and we will support cross-gen play so PS4 and PS5 users can seamlessly co-op together. And if you've been struggling in the Ascended Tower of Trials, don't worry, we're adding matchmaking. But really, matchmaking and the PS4 edition are just the tip of the iceberg because we are so excited to launch our first ever expansion, which we've entitled Fire and Darkness. Fire and Darkness will take players into the Fire Realm for the first time ever, where they'll be met with new challenges, enemies, bosses, trophies, cosmetics, and so much more. But alongside Fire and Darkness, we're also releasing a free content update, which we're calling the Lightbringer Update. The main component of the Lightbringer Update is a new endgame loop, which we're calling Lightbringer. In Lightbringer, players will fight off the darkness that threatens Aperion and be rewarded with a new loot type, Cursed Loot. Cursed Loot will challenge the player to complete particular objectives in order to lift the curse and awaken them. Basically, if you thought Primal gear was tough, you ain't seen nothing yet. And then, of course, we want to make fashion the forefront of Godfall, so we have added a huge library of cosmetics to both the Lightbringer update and the expansion alike, all of which can be unlocked by simply completing objectives in the game. Thank you so much for your time today. It is an honor to be speaking here, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your E3.
There's a really unique tone and vibe and feel to Homeworld that hasn't been emulated since. It's not a prequel, it's not a remaster, it is Homeworld 3. It is the next Homeworld.
We're glad you've chosen Gearbox University for your higher education endeavors. As you engage in your academic pursuits, don't forget to try out our extracurricular activities. Show off your Shutterbug talents in the photography club. Make lasting connections in our chapter houses. Or if you're a boring person, you can always try out for the debate team. We also have sporting events, but try not to party too hard at the homecoming game, or you'll end up looking like this. Be sure to follow us on social media, where you'll occasionally find free shift codes as well as news and announcements about our latest scholastic offerings. Gearbox University, we can shape your future, because thinking for yourself is hard. Now, go buy all our games.
We're back. I hope you guys had an awesome presentation from all the Gearbox games in development and Gearbox publishing products coming. Listen, I'm standing outside Kevin Hart's trailer door. I'm just gonna. You guys want to meet him? I think he wants to meet you guys. Let's see if he opens. Hey Kevin, you got a minute?
Yeah.
Borderlands fans, meet Kevin Hart.
How you guys doing, man? Pretty pumped up right now to meet you guys. Randy, you should tell them actually how big I am in person. It's a great opportunity.
I'm 6'3", and
yeah, they can get a good grasp of how much height I put on for this role right now.
Dude, you are freaking awesome. Like, you don't understand. Like, you're a freaking action hero.
Thank you, man.
This is amazing watching you work.
You know what?
You're blowing my mind.
I'm going to say I'll one-up you. I'll say it's amazing for me to have the opportunity to portray the character of Roland, of course, who you're very familiar with, because this is your creation. I think the biggest and best thing is the surprise that you guys are going to be in for. Because you got no idea what I'm doing or how I'm doing or why I'm doing it. You got no idea the level that I came in at. You got no idea how much preparation I decided to put into this particular character in this role. You got no idea. You got no idea. You don't even know what's under this jacket.
OMG! It's metal!
You got no idea. My job is to come in, not only be prepared, but to shock. And I think right now this is what we're doing.
We are doing it. I've seen some pretty, like,
it's intense.
It's no one's ever seen you like this before.
No, I can honestly say, man, Eli is doing such a phenomenal job.
He's directing. It's also fun to work with him. Like, he's working his ass off. Well, everyone's working their ass off.
Absolutely. You got an amazing cast. Kate, Jamie, Ariana, myself, Flo, our director, Eli, Jack Black. You put an amazing group of people together. So shouts out to you, your team at Gearbox. Shouts out to Lionsgate, for seeing that this is something that could be phenomenal. Shouts out to the world of Pandora knowers. Okay, you guys that know and love this world, I promise you, you're going to be in complete awe when you see how real we have made it become from a place of visual. You're going to believe that you're in this place with us. So,
wow, you're making me cry, man.
It's dope,
man. My eyes are welling up.
No,
hey, thank you, man. Hey, I appreciate you taking a minute to introduce yourself to our fans.
No problem. I'm going back in here in the weight room.
I'll see you later.
I got a weight room in here. Just Roland lifts weights in between takes. You'll know why later. Take it easy, man.
Take it easy, Kevin. Thanks, man. Holy crap, you guys. I can't wait for you to see this movie. It won't be long, but we still got a lot of work to do. We're a little bit more than halfway done with production. And but you know what? Back at home at Gearbox, all the great people that created this universe, that I'm here representing on behalf of all the talent at Gearbox. We're hard at work making new stuff. So check this out, and I'll see you guys soon. Cheers, everybody.
For those of you who've never seen the greatest the world has ever revered, I'd like to introduce myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it. I just got it.
Let the blood sport begin!
I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it. I just got it.
Jesus H. Reindeer games, my dude!
I'm the one that got the swag, I'm the one that got him sad. I don't do this here to brag, I just got it. I'm the reason why you mad, I'm the reason why they blast. I ain't even trying to brag, I just got it. I said please don't go my phone, you should just leave me alone. I did this here all alone, I just got it. I can show them how to act, put my shoulder on the back, keep it feeling as a bag. I just got it.
And the Gearbox presentation is a wrap, and my goodness, I have so many thoughts. Oh, what are you doing? You smiling at the camera?
It's like, well, you get to carry all the weight this time. I get to just look at it and go, hey guys, how you doing? Good to see you.
Carrying the weight, yeah. Oh man, I don't even know where to start. Let's start with Tiny Tina.
What a tease!
I know.
What a tease!
I want more.
Oh, come on.
I want more. I want more.
I thought for sure we had already gotten the Tiny Tina trailer. I thought we had a little bit of gameplay, right? And you didn't.
100%.
Obviously, we got to talk to somebody making the game. That's always great. And I like giving devs the spotlight, but I wish we could have seen more and had more. And, you know, we know Wanda Sykes is in the game. We know Will Arnett's in the game. I would have loved to have seen their characters, hear a little bit from it, right? Do something like that.
They're just holding out on us.
I know they are. Well,
but I'm here for it
early
still,
2022, they got plenty of time to do all this, like the drip feed of information as we lead up to it.
Yeah, I'm super excited about the cast, though. Will Arnett, oh my God, is the villain Dragon Lord. So I'm like, I mean, can he give Handsome Jack a run for his money? If anyone could, I would say Will Arnett. You know, I just think he's a fantastic actor. And then Andy Samberg is just hilarious. Wanda Sykes is hilarious. And obviously Ashley Birch is back. Butt Stallion is back.
Of course, yes.
So I am really excited about it. It was kind of interesting, though, because during that presentation, Randy was talking to a couple producers, and they were just talking about this new movement. We saw comic book movies, everything with Marvel and DC, but maybe we could start seeing some more video game movies. So
yeah, right. That's what we were talking about earlier with Free Guy. Right? Am I allowed to be excited for this movie? I was asking over there, right? And I ask that all the time with every Borderlands announcement, because you have Eli Roth on, right? You have Cate Blanchett, you have Jamie Lee Curtis, you have Janina, and the list goes on. The Blackjack, you know, we at the very end there see Kevin Hart, and it's like, that's a stellar cast. And again, those silhouettes they've shown for us look so spot on to what you'd expect these characters to be, that I do wonder, if this is the one where we turn the corner, similar where we're talking about turning the corner with comic book movies, if this will be the one for video games. Even though I know Detective Pikachu, I'm not throwing shade. I'm not throwing Pikachu shade. I'm just saying, in terms of one that's very straight up, like this is what the video game world looks like on the silver screen, is that what it's going to be? I
think it always comes down to story and if they capture the world correctly. But obviously, I want to talk about video games a little bit. I know one of the better jokes is I'm Godfallen and I can't get up. I know you were a big fan of Godfall, so.
I wasn't. I wanted to be a big fan of Godfall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what had happened is Godfall dropped and I played a little bit of it and liked it, but I fell off because it was so content light. Blessing on my team actually played a lot of it. He liked it. He came back recently because of a lot of stuff they talked about there. And that's the thing I think that slid under the radar with Godfall. Is that nobody, and I shouldn't say nobody, but the majority, when you look at Metacritic for Godfall, nobody was like, the gameplay is bad, the gameplay loop is bad. It was just, oh, we need more. And I think what's interesting about Godfall, if you haven't been paying attention to Counterplay games, right, is this idea of they had this giant Primal update. They're about to give you the Lightbringer update, which is free and going to give you a whole new endgame, let alone Fire and Darkness now, which is paid, but is a full-blown expansion with all this different stuff, let alone the free loot items, let alone the new characters, let alone the new weapons. Like, Godfall's an interesting one where it's been building since November in a way that, you know, it came out and I remember getting, I think like on IGN a 6 or 6.5, I remember, and that seemed to be the vibe of it, that the gameplay and what I played of the melee combat is fun, right? It isn't a looter shooter, it's a looter melee combat game, which you don't see as much of, and to see it as gorgeous as it looked on PlayStation 5, now to see it coming to PlayStation 4, now to see it with a free update if you buy it on PlayStation 4, so when you can get a PlayStation 5, you can get it. I think Godfall might honestly be, from the perspective of new information, one of the more interesting ones there, because there's a lot going on.
I mean, we have some of the video up right now, and the game looks absolutely breathtakingly gorgeous. I want that sword. I just want all of this. Animation-wise, it is just absolutely gorgeous. But really quickly, you know, we could talk about video games, Borderlands all day, but we're gonna have to send it over to Golden Boy and the gang in just a second. But first, we've got some more in the production of the Borderlands movie from CEO Randy Pitchford, who's on location in Budapest, Hungary. So let's see what he got.
I am in Budapest. I am working on a movie. The fact that that I've been there from the very first moments of Borderlands and have executive produced and did a lot of design and development and even storytelling with all of the Borderlands games over the years. I just happen to be the guy that's helping these guys make sure it's an authentic Borderlands movie. And you know, I've loved a lot of the interest that Hollywood's gotten in video game IP, and I love the fact that Hollywood's investing more and more in video game IP. But I will say that, like many people, some of the video game movies have disappointed me, and I'm really just like, it's not my movie, but I'm doing everything I can to make sure that this team of incredible filmmakers, this director, this cast, this unbelievable crew has all the support in the world from us, and has the access to myself and all the members of Gearbox to make sure that the authenticity is there. And we're doing everything that we can to make sure that's the case. I don't want to spoil anything from the movie, but it's just unfreaking believable. It's a blast. I can't believe this is happening.
Welcome back, everyone, as we're here with our media friends. And yeah, I mean, you know, we just had the Gearbox presentation. Randy Pitchford there giving some words with a hot take, you know, saying video game movies have disappointed him. Man, spice that Randy Pitchford, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, look, video game movies have traditionally been a tough nut to crack because video games are an active experience. Movies are a comparatively passive experience. How do you translate that adequately? But I do think in the last several years, you're seeing movies like the new Tomb Raider, like Pokemon Detective Pikachu, and even like what we're seeing with Free Guy, for example, where hopefully they're going to break through that mold. With a franchise like Borderlands, you have a real opportunity there, but I'm just kind of champing at the bit to actually see the movie. It was cool to see behind the scenes a little bit, but I want to see more beyond just like silhouetted production still. So hopefully we'll get that pretty soon. Please.
But did you see the cast list, though?
The cast list is awesome.
Andy Samberg, Wanda Sykes, Will Arnett, Ashley Birch, of course. Who else am I missing?
Yeah, I mean, well, that obviously for Tiny Tina, but then on the other side, you got, what's it, Kevin Hart, who we saw.
Kevin Hart, Jack Black, Claptrap.
Yeah, and he's very clear that, like, acquiring talent to get them into this, whether it be the game or the movies, not a problem now because people seem to be really wanting to get into these video game IPs.
Yeah, everyone's attracted to Borderlands as an IP. Like, everyone wants to be a part of it. You're a voice actor, you're an actor in general. You're Butt Stallion, you're getting in there somehow.
True, which is crazy because that was my nickname back in high school, was Butt Stallion. They called me Alex Butt Stallion Mendez, but then they were like, no, you know, you can't make it in esports with that name, so I changed it to Golden Boy, you know.
Because you got booty meat? You got booty meat, right?
Of course I do, I'm Puerto Rican. So now, here's the deal. We got, and Dan, you said this the best, but Damon, I'm going to start this with you, that there was a lot of teasing of things, but not a lot of seeing of things.
Yeah.
You know, also, you know, the Homeworld, Homeworld's great. I'm so glad we're going to get to see another RTS game. Like, we need more RTS games. Just would have been nice to see it.
At some point, yeah. Wanting to see more is kind of the theme, I think, of Gearbox's presentation. I'm a Pandora knower myself.
Yeah.
But coming out of that, we don't know much more about Tiny Tina's Wonderland than we knew going into it, right? It was announced earlier this week. I was really expecting like a gameplay reveal, especially since it's supposed to be less than a year away.
Yeah.
So yeah, these are all things that I'm excited about. It would have been nice to see them.
Yeah, and Michael, let's save your favorite game, Godfall. I'm just messing around. We were joking. We were talking about Blessing, and Blessing, was a fan of Godfall. Blessing, by the way, should probably be on this couch next year. We got to make it happen, Poppy. But let's talk about Godfall because, these are the types of games that No Man's Sky, for example, is a great example. The game that comes out, and you're like, could have been so much more.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like Godfall might be going down that path of like developing its identity and becoming even better than what it was, or what the developers had hoped for on release.
Yeah, so here's the thing, is like, when a game comes out, it's not always like straight up dead. Games aren't really dead on arrival anymore. They still can, there's life that can be brought into it. You see it all the time, one of my favorite games of all time, Final Fantasy XIV, was a free trial, level 60, critically acclaimed expansion pack, Heaven's Word, that game is fire now.
It was great.
And then so like I'm not saying that Godfall is going to become this wild thing that everyone comes back to, but you can have a dedicated audience. And I think this is a thing I've noticed when I talk to developers a lot who have ongoing games, is that over the years, they found a dedicated fan base who they've been able to communicate with. Like, what do y'all want? What should we put in this game? This is our vision. Let me share it with y'all, and then y'all can form it to be what y'all want. Because if you're the ones who are here, then we can build from there. So Godfall isn't necessarily this wild multiplayer experience as, say, like something like Fallout 76, which has now a huge fan base.
Very true.
But I mean, you never want to put out a game and then like kill it off. Like we saw that with Battleborn, which you bring up a lot. And
Yeah. It broke my heart.
But and I'm sure that they don't want something like that to happen again.
Yeah, I agree. But that said, though, to put a bow on Gearbox, I do want to say Tribes of Midgard looks awesome. July 27th, that is a game I'm 100% picking up because I was addicted to Valheim, but the combat always left me, a lot to be desired. For that game in particular, that looks extremely fun. But guys, we got more to come here at E3 2021, especially from our friends at GamesBeat, plus a preview of what's to come tomorrow. So make sure you stay with us.
I can't remember the age that I started playing. There was an Atari. I used to steal, for whatever reason, just the cartridges. Not really putting two and two together that I can also play the games, but I love the cartridges, E.T. being one of them. My parents, somewhere in their house, if we rummage around and look for the treasures, I think we would be able to find a coveted, or less coveted, E.T. the extraterrestrial game.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
As a part of Play for All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play for All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play for All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of E3's official broadcast. See you then.
Welcome back to E3 live from LA. It's been quite a show. It's not over yet. We're going to look back, ladies and gentlemen, at some of the most historic and iconic moments in E3 history. But I have to apologize for the people who are going to do this, all right? I don't know if you understand what GamesBeat is. It's a great site full of great people like Dean and Mike. But there's also a person there named Jeff Grubb. And Jeff Grubb is not a man you want to know, ladies and gentlemen, but he's in this video, and I'm very, very sorry for it. So without further ado, my apologies, but here is Jeff and Mike from GamesBeat.
It's the internet. You're busy because it's E3. I'm Jeff Grubb. I work for GamesBeat.com. Joining me is Mike Minotti, who's going to say hi to all the good people right now.
Hi, good people.
Mike, it's time to learn to love E3 again because we're jaded games journalists. I understand you put together a bunch of stuff to thaw my cold, dead games journalist heart, memories of E3. You ready to just take me through it right now? I'm happy to do so.
Yes, you know, my heart only has warmth for E3. So, you know, yeah, you can call yourself jaded all you want. I am just a ball of E3 love, and I'm going to roll it
ghost
over you.
Of Christmas, of E3, of gamer Christmases past, future, and present. Yes.
Well, not future. Those are sad.
Okay, that's right.
That
Yes,
analogy.
yes, right.
You
Okay.
illiterate scum. But yeah, this will be great.
All right, Mike. What is this? Should we set it up, or should we just start playing it?
No, this is when Sony announced the Final Fantasy VII remake at E3. This is from somebody in one of the front rows. So we're gonna hear how excited and happy all those people are, Jeff.
Well, listen, it's just a commercial. How excited can it be?
Oh, boo.
Oh, it's just like this is like from the audience. Okay, this is
Right,
exciting.
this is a reaction trailer. So people didn't know what this was at the time. And everybody wanted them to make this because like what PlayStation 4 had like a tech demo that was basically the intro of Final Fantasy VII, like redone, right?
Yep.
And everyone was like, oh, so that's like a game. And they're like, no, it's not. So everyone was disappointed, but then we got this.
So you see that. Yeah, you can hear people. You see the big sword, and people are starting to realize what it is. That's
right.
That's fun.
Even that playground there, like if you know Final Fantasy VII, you're gonna recognize that. So yeah, it's kind of very slowly dawning throughout the audience. I think most of them who really like Final Fantasy VII knows what it is, and they're recognizing the names.
Yeah.
That's a great reveal, right? They don't start with Cloud. You start with Barret, then you get. Yeah, this is when everybody really knows what's up, even if you weren't aware yet. All right.
Right. Yes. Even if you were like a very casual fan, someone who never played Final Fantasy before. Yeah. Okay. I've got a slight chills, Mike. Slight chills.
And I know you're not a weeb like I am, but come on.
What is this, Mike?
What?
It says Super Smash Brothers Mega Man trailer.
Oh, this is the most excited I have ever been from E3. I love Smash Brothers, but Mega Man is my favorite video game character. And this was back when there were very few third-party characters. Like this point right here, like I knew who it was from that.
Yes.
I lost it, Jeff. I was so you can ask my brother because I was watching with him. I absolutely flipped out. Like I play a ton of Smash Brothers. Mega Man is literally the character I would have wanted in that game the most. And at this point, there was no indication that was going to happen. We had only gotten Snake and Sonic as third-party characters at this point ever in the series. And look at he's doing all his great moves. This incredible remixed version of Mega Man 2 music. The beautiful CG art. This is still the best Mega Man has ever looked, by the way. Is this like Smash Brothers version of him? The kind of like it like captures the proportions of the 8-bit sprite. Like he's kind of staunchy.
Mike, I'm sick of hearing about things that you love. If you're not going to bring anything that I oh, okay, wait, what's this? Okay, all right, maybe this might do it for me. This might be my favorite moment from any E3 ever. I've been a long time Legend of Zelda fan, and It's always been like one of my most important franchises, but I also agreed with the assessment that they needed to change things up. And when they said they were going to change things up and they delayed Breath of the Wild, because they're like, we found a new way of doing things, we're going to try to change it. I like didn't really believe it. And then they released this trailer and I was just all in. It might be the best trailer for anything ever, period. I don't know. Honestly, it's almost just like good filmmaking, this trailer. Like
it is insane.
They know, like,
here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, here he's gonna laugh. The bird's gonna laugh. I love it for some reason.
It's good.
I don't know why. It's really good. Here it comes. I think about that all the time. I don't know. Just the way they frame that in that song, it gets me pumped up. Like, yeah, here it comes indeed. That's great. That is so good.
Oh, this is a big boy, Mike.
This is a pretty short clip here. I think everyone's going to know what it is from E3 2004. But see, it's not just about video games, Jeff, and trailers and demos. Sometimes it's just about personalities. And this was like the emergence of the Reginator from 2004.
I'm going to hit play. I'm very excited.
My name is Reggie. I'm about kicking ass. I'm about taking names. And we're about making games.
That's all we need to know.
For those who don't know, Reggie invented the Bigfoot pizza, I think. So, of course, just...
I like how that's what you brought up. For those of you who don't know, I thought you were going to talk about how, like, important Reggie was for video games, Nintendo. He invented the Bigfoot.
I think it was the Bigfoot, and I don't think he invented it, but whatever. Yeah, his name's on the patent.
No, he was in his basement, staying up all night.
Yep.
He's like, I got it. I cracked it. All right, before people get mad, we better do something from Microsoft now. If ever there was a sequel that was anticipated, it was Halo 2 after Halo 1 came out. Yeah. And it was a very big deal.
This is the game that made me get an Xbox. I got an Xbox for Halo 2. Absolutely.
Everyone's very excited. The only thing people didn't like about Halo 2 is the ending, right? Which,
right,
you know.
Yeah. Cliffhanger stuff, yeah. Spoiler warning.
Spoiler
in
warning.
2021.
And I think, especially at this point, this kind of long, uninterrupted gameplay demo was maybe a little bit more unusual, right? I think this is what popularized that. Like even up till like 2015 with Sony, they have a pretty long Uncharted 4 demo. That's basically the same kind of format, right? You just play a long level from the game.
Take it away,
this is
Jason.
E3 2007, and it's kind of hard to believe now, but this was the E3 where Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare was the bell of the ball.
Yes.
Like Call of Duty is the biggest thing in the world right now, and still is, and people are excited about it, but it maybe isn't like a showpiece for the show anymore, because a lot of those people are, again, they're hoping for something more surprising than here's the next Call of Duty. At this point, this was really Call of Duty hitting its stride. Like that moment right there, people freaked out about. People talked about that all show. You did not see that guy in the tall grass till he got up, and that absolutely destroyed people's brains in 2007. But Jeff, it's not just about gameplay demos and executives. Sometimes celebrities could even make their way into your heart.
Man, this really was a moment, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, everyone loves Keanu Reeves. I'm not one to gaga and go over celebrities, but this is pretty neat.
And remember crowds? He seems to be very interested in the game that he was making. So that's kind of all you can ask for from a celebrity, right? Just come, don't talk down, seem like you're enjoying yourself, maybe even actually enjoy yourself, and people will respond to that. And also, kind of be Keanu Reeves. That helps a lot.
You think they're going to bring him out this year to have him apologize? Yeah, that's pretty great. Why don't we go back again, though, pretty far back to E3 2000 to see what was, gosh, I was pretty young at this point, but I remember thinking this is the most excited I think I've ever seen people be for a video game. Like this seemed like it was by far the biggest deal in the world at the time, and it's Metal Gear Solid 2.
And Metal Gear Solid was such a big deal. It was, probably the best PlayStation game. Getting the sequel on PlayStation 2, seeing all this stuff, and it just looked so good, so cinematic. Yeah.
So you have to understand, like at this point, the fact that we're seeing raindrops like bouncing off of objects, and we're seeing this like these light bloom effects, like this was all pretty nuts at this time. This
games just didn't look like this before this point, and and it was this perfect storm of the best artists in the world working with the best technologists in the world to make a video game. Yeah.
All right, Jeff, you want to close this out with maybe the first E3 moment?
I do.
Back in 1995, again, the first E3, and this was Sony's big moment. It was following Sega's little show about the Saturn, and their surprise that it's out now, which just confused everybody. And this is how Sony responded as they were getting ready to launch the original PlayStation.
I want to ask Sony Computer Entertainment President of America, Steve Reyes, to join me for
So this guy right here had just given a long, boring presentation, and he did that on purpose to really emphasize what's about to happen right here, where Steve Reyes is going to come out and say one thing.
$299.
Got chills there a little bit because that's it right there. This is them understanding immediately. This is PlayStation, not out yet. Sony, not really in video games yet, especially not as a hardware company. But they already understand how to do this E3 show, come up and make a huge impact. It's kind of unbelievable. And it was the rest is history, right? Like Saturn had to bow out because the Saturn was too expensive. Sony knew that. They undercut the price by $100. And then every time Sega would respond, PlayStation would lower the price until Sega just couldn't keep in the business anymore. And they tried a few other systems after that, but it was the writing was on the wall at that point, and it all happened right there with PlayStation understanding how to play this E3 game. It's
See, there's all sorts of fun. I didn't even talk about giant enemy crabs and weird Elder Scrolls 6 announcements years before we'll ever see it. But there's all sorts of fun stuff, Jeff. Imagine all the fun stuff that's happening right now and what will happen in the future. So just admit it, Jeff. Admit that you love E3.
All right, I'm a fan. I admit it. I'm not just a games journalist. I like games too. Don't tell anybody.
No, we're telling everyone.
Okay.
I'm calling your mom, calling your wife.
All right, that's going to do it for us, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the show. I hope we didn't keep you too long. And if you tuned back and you're just getting here right now and you're confused, good.
Yeah. We don't
deserve us. I hope your favorite game gets announced next. I'm sorry. All right, everybody, have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Mana Ikeda, and I currently work for a Japanese video game company called Artplay as the current art director. And previously, I worked on Bloodstained Ritual of the Night as the communications manager, and I also drew the box art. So that's just kind of a summarized version of myself. I always thought I was going to be an illustrator, like just a freelance illustrator from start to the end. Art was my passion, and it still is, but I always wanted to try something new all the time. Anything that I was interested in, like comics, video games, just anything in general. For me, art directing is something that improves the overall gameplay, and and also the game designer will know, like, oh, there was these kinds of ideas, because when I started to do this job, like, they didn't really have an idea of what they really wanted to do visually. So it's basically like, oh, I want to make this kind of game, but I don't know what it looks like. And for me, that's where I come in and kind of help them kind of fill that in. I started as a fan, and I really wanted to, my artwork was very inspired by the games that they created in the past. So at that point, I knew what I wanted as a fan. And with Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, it was a game that's based on gothic horror and the past, and the people that were working on the past Castlevania games were working on. And for me, I was a huge fan of Castlevania and the gothic feeling of that entire series. And I haven't seen a lot of games that were like that. And it was very unique. And since my artwork was inspired by that kind of game, I drew a lot of those kind of dark horror game kind of style. I was someone who knew from a very young age that I wanted to be an artist and do this specific type of work. And even though I didn't really know or I had one specific goal, I still struggled to do so. And I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that because they wanted to be something like a specific job they want and they can't achieve it, even though they try really hard. And for me, I think that's totally fine, and they should try something else that's new. Because if I didn't take this chance of becoming a communications manager and also the translator for the company, I wouldn't have been in this art director position at all. I would have been like, I would be like, no, I want to do art as a career. I'm not going to take this translation job. And I still, to this day, be a freelance artist taking on these mundane work that, that I had no art direction whatsoever in. And so I feel like for those who are struggling and, thinking of quitting their passion job, because it's, like if you're working on something that you're very passionate about, you get very emotional about it. And I'm sure a lot of people feel very down when things don't go right, or things that they're worried about, doesn't get resolved doing the same kind of work over and over again. So I feel like for those people, like in a very similar situation as when I was struggling as an artist, I feel like they should try something else that's new. So for me, video game was like my second passion, and I really wanted to be involved in some way. So I decided to take on that job and be a translator. But in the end, people, when you're very passionate about something, people recognize that. And I was both passionate about video game and art. So in the end, I became an art director that I never thought I would be able to do. So I feel like for those people, take the chance, even if it might not be something that you really want to do as an end goal. You should take the chance if it does change your career.
Great stuff there. Of course, remember, video games are so much more than just making them and having that kind of thing. You could do anything and be involved in video games. And so if you have the passion, the drive, the determination, you can make your dreams come true and have some kind of job in the video game industry. Also, of course, before that, there was a Jeff Grubb Games Beat thing. I was told behind the scenes that it didn't play, that it was a joke. Jeff Grubb is not a terrible person. He's just extremely old and shouldn't be listened to. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you, don't forget to check out e3expo.com/shop for limited edition E3 apparel like this. Because you might be saying, I'm having a great time watching you do this, Greg. Man, if only I could commemorate it in a way that I could wear all the time when I go to the old baseball games or the sock hops. Because you're going to walk in there and old Toby's going to be behind the bar cleaning the glass. I'm painting a picture. And he's going to say, man, what is that shirt well, I guess what's the hat you're wearing, this shirt you got? If I know there's Vegas bets if I'll take my shirt off during E3, but they mic me up too well. I can't do it. But maybe get a bomber jacket, Look, doesn't that Tom Cruise, he's got another movie coming out where he's flying around. Don't you want to look like him, but a guy version of Tom Cruise who went to E3? And I guess he didn't go, technically. COVID and everything else. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more happening here. Don't worry about that. There's no way I can get the script back on track, is there? Because I'm talking about the E3 shop that you should go do too, right? Let me just go for it, all right? With more of our gaming and movies theme today, let's talk about the lines between gaming and cinema continuing to blur. Oh, Jordan Vogt Roberts, the man behind the lens directing upcoming projects Metal Gear and Gundam, sat down with the folks at Entertainment Weekly to talk about the future of these film and these IPs and these shirts that you can get and wear to the sock hops.
Hello, E3. This is Nick Romano with Entertainment Weekly magazine. Thank you so much for joining us today for a panel discussion with filmmaker Jordan Vogt Roberts. Jordan, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to talk about all things video games and E3.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot to talk about. I mean, I think it's safe to say people mostly know you for making films like Kong Skull Island and The Kings of Summer, but you're also a major gamer. Can you talk a little bit about just your history in the gaming industry? What was sort of your big introduction?
I mean, I was just one of those kids who at a very young age, video games rewired my brain. You know, I'm the type of guy who if I walk into a room and there's a box, my first instinct is, in what combination do I need to move this box to unlock a door? Or, God forbid, if I ever walked in a room and there was like a triangular eye on the wall, I would think, I definitely need a bow right now to shoot that eye and unlock something.
We know that you're working on a movie adaptation of Metal Gear Solid. You're working on a live-action Gundam. I mean, is it safe to say that your filmmaking moving forward is sort of more inspired by video games?
You know, ironically, Metal Gear is something I've been trying to, you know, Sisyphus push up the hill for 7+ years. That game and Kojima-san's world means the world to me. And that's something that I'm very proud of what we're doing. And I think that it is very sort of Kojima, punk rock, twisty. And then Gundam likewise is, you know, the godfather of like otaku culture in a lot of ways, without exaggeration. You know, like it is the grandfather to modern anime and thus most Japanese things that we love. You know, it really is wild what Gundam was doing on television in an animated format in the 70s, and the complexity and the weight of the stories they were telling. And so, you know, I have a lot of things that I want to do in my career, but you know, those are only the kind of nerd properties that I'm attached to that are even announced. There's other game things and other IPs that I'm working on. But yeah, a big part of my driving force is to be a part of these things and to help rewrite the narrative of how people perceive these franchises and how they properly get translated, and how you take a filmmaker who understands the core of what these were as you go through the process of translating the active experience of playing a game, in which you can tell a story a different way because you are the protagonist, versus the passive experience of watching a film. And so those aren't one-to-one translations. And so I think you really need to understand when playing a game what it elicits from you, why it makes you feel certain ways, what the tone that it evokes is, you know, what those real idiosyncrasies that kind of make up each game is, and how you then translate those things to the passive experience of watching a film. And so it's, you know, it's just something I've been obsessed with for a long time, and I feel very fortunate to be able to be a part of these projects.
In terms of Metal Gear Solid, you know, I've documented all of your tweets about the long process of adapting this movie. I mean, what do you think it was about the original games that had such an impact on you and kept you motivated to keep this project alive?
That game came out same year, same month, basically, as Ocarina of Time. And so on a PlayStation and Nintendo level, you have, I think, two of the most seminal works in all of gaming that are going to set the groundwork moving forward for the template of how we transition into not just 2D to 3D, but then how we evolve each of these things. So yes, it's very easy to look at Metal Gear and say, oh, look how cinematic this is. But you're dealing with these characters that are walking, talking ideologies. And they all represent different slivers and ideas of, I think, this like basic question of how do we make the world whole again? And they're all trapped in the cycle of pain. And, you know, to me, the most memorable and touching thing that still sticks with me, yes, you're transported and suddenly you're playing this movie and people are talking in acronyms and code and you're just thrust into it. And you have this incredible rogues gallery of kind of over the top, like iconic, you know, Marvel iconic level characters. But the feeling when you kill Sniper Wolf, or when you kill a lot of bosses in that game, that up until that point in gaming, killing a boss was always viewed as a victory. And that was like, hell yeah, I'm past it. And instead, you're met with this moment of somberness and regret and incredibly meaningful, and hit me at that exact moment in my life where like there can never be another release of a game or something that hit me at that those teenage years when I was just fully ready to just be consumed by it and transported.
So now, sort of in the timeline for you, are you moving towards the live-action Gundam movie now, or are you doing Metal Gear Solid first?
I'm waiting for the next thing to be greenlit, and whichever one that is, like I don't control when the studios choose which movie they're making when, and so I love both these things to death. I have other movies and other things that aren't IP based that I also can't wait to go and make sort of a smaller $30 million thing where I'm just going buck wild. But yeah, call up the studio and ask which green light's going to happen first.
Sounds like a plan. And I know a lot of the details, like, for both of these projects are kind of under lock and key. I was curious if there is anything you can sort of tease about your approach to Gundam, especially because the mythology is so vast, and it feels like you could kind of drop a pin anywhere and kind of start there.
I mean, Gundam is such a fascinating thing. Similar and dissimilar from the challenge of Metal Gear, because Gundam also is a story that they've been telling for 42 years in the Universal Century timeline. Then in addition to that, they have several other alternate timelines with other series, some that go on multiple series and movies, some that are just one-offs. And so my goal is for all of the people who might say, I don't know where to start, I want to be able to create this film and give them an access point where you can say, this is where you start. This is your entry point, where Gundam fans say, hell yeah, that is my Gundam. And yeah, it might be an amalgamation of like several of these different things, different timelines and whatnot, but this is true to what Gundam is, and this captured everything I love about Gundam. And then outsiders have this feeling of, and I feel this way about Metal Gear too, but there's having this sentiment of, oh, this is something that I just didn't know I wanted to be obsessed with.
Well, Jordan, with our final few minutes, I wanted to ask, because obviously it's been a crazy year for a lot of people. What does it mean for you to be back at E3, even virtually, talking about gaming again, talking about all the projects that you're working on?
E3, beyond me loving games, E3, when I was in college, me and my buddies, one of them actually kind of ran like a tech company, but we basically not fabricated, not forged, but like we didn't really have any right being there, but we were able to like finesse the system and get badges. And from Chicago, we all flew out to experience our first E3. Because as a kid growing up, it's just sort of this mecca, it's this like fantastical place. It was like my first leap of like, I'm going to make a documentary. And I was like really fascinated by several aspects and sort of like cultural tiers within E3 and how it's presented. And I never completed the documentary, but that's actually where I met a lot of these people that I still consider friends today. It literally was the year the PS3 was announced. There's just this giant banner. The slogan then was just welcome change, and the E and the change was backwards, so it was a 3. E3 actually was this really pivotal changing moment in my life where I was in Chicago making shorts. And I came out to LA, and I remember being at LAX, and I remember being at the convention center and just thinking, oh, I'm moving to LA. I feel opportunity here. This is where I'm supposed to be. You walk in the cacophony of the massive wall of sound that is like the, West Hall, where you're just bombarded left to right. It really is a cacophony. It's a barrage. It's like carnal sound. But it was amazing. And so it really, E3 changed me. It's the reason that I ended up moving to LA. Like something about that trip made it, I never thought I'd move to LA. Something about that trip changed something in me where I said, this is where I'm supposed to be right now. And that wasn't even about video games. It just was about, here I am taking some of my first steps as a filmmaker in college, trying to make this documentary, and something just felt right. And so I've gone to so many E3 since then. My friendships and relationships as I said, I'm fortunate for them to have only have grown in the game world and to be collaborating not only with developers on commercial campaigns, but also with their IPs. And so to be able to be back in even this small way, you know, I think we're all struggling with how we reintegrate into the world right now, and what that means. We've all gone from being like, this is great, we're at home, we're all homebodies and recluses, to being like, oh my God, how do we interact with people? And so, yeah, being able to be there in just the slightest, and just for it to be a thing, it means a lot to me because E3 really did change my life.
Well, we're so happy and honored that you could make the time today. Jordan, thank you so much. This has been a treat.
Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely.
As a part of Play For All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play For All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play For All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of the E3's official broadcast. See you then.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
Hi everyone, my name is Christian Holub. I'm a writer at Entertainment Weekly, and I am here to host a panel for this year's E3 about real-world game worlds, the differences and the ways they intersect. With me here are our panelists, Gary Whitta, screenwriter, Daniel Erickson, former creative director at BioWare, Juan Vega, narrative designer at Netflix, and Rihanna Pratchett, writer and narrative designer. Thank you guys so much for joining. Interesting fuel for this convo, and I just wanted to start out with a big basic question, which is like, how important would you say is it for video games to reflect real world events and movements? A lot has happened in the real world over the past year. I think we can all agree. My sense is that, you know, it was all about escapism, you know, but yeah, how would you guys kind of generally talk about the importance of making games that reflect aspects of the real world, especially as our real world is changing so much?
I think that's a very difficult question to answer in kind of a holistic way. It really, you know, depends largely on what kind of game you're setting out to make. You're right. Games have always been and remain in large part escapism. They're an escape from the real world. One of the reasons why Animal Crossing was such a hugely popular game during this, pandemic year was it was like, hey, the world sucks right now, but forget about all that. Here is a very, bucolic, idyllic place you can go to where everyone is your friend, and the worst thing that can happen to you is maybe you get stung by a wasp. People really responded to that, offer of escapism because the world really did suck. At the same time, in the last, couple of decades, we've seen video games really emerge as a legitimate art form and a legitimate platform for political and social commentary. You generally tend to see that stuff in smaller budget indie movies, and for the same reason in smaller budget indie games. If we were to do an exercise right now and think about like what are the games that that deliver really kind of make you think political and social thematics, they're going to be at the lower end of the budget scale. Whether or not video games will ever really dare to kind of tackle political and social real world kind of issues at higher budget levels is that maybe that's a question for us to talk about. But I think most of the interesting work in terms of games as an art form right now is being done at the indie level, and again for kind of monetary capitalist reasons that really aren't that difficult to figure out.
On that note, I think it's interesting that when I think about the diversity front, I don't think that everything has to have diversity as sort of a core piece for it. But what's exciting to me is it always feels like the diversity that is inherent in the artists is something that needs to come forward. And we're getting a lot more space to do that. So the grand exception to some of the concepts that Gary was talking about was working for BioWare. So BioWare had LGBTQ content all the way from the beginning, because primarily Dave Gator, who is the lead writer for Baldur's Gate, was queer. And he, right from the beginning, pushed this as, hey, I'm going to have representation in the game. We're going to have space here. We're going to have, and this was interestingly not controversial and then super controversial, and then came to the point where I just saw today that BioWare changed its logo for Gay Pride, right, for Pride Month. And there were a bunch of comments. It was like, oh, way to pander, big corporate folks. And then all the old school folks jumped in and was like, you do not know who you're talking about, right? This is a historical place. And to Gary's point, why it comes up through the indie movement mostly is because it's easier for smaller voices to come up there, is the more diverse the artists in our industry get, the more naturally we're going to get diverse representation, and we're going to get diverse stories from a more pure perspective than, hey, let's put in a bunch of diverse storylines. Now, in where I tend to work now, which is largely multiplayer, we talk a lot about representation and inclusion, which I think is subtly a different aspect, which is if I'm playing a multiplayer game, I want to be able to come and be me, whoever I am. But I think that's a different space than artistically representing the experience of a diverse group of people.
I also think from a writer's perspective, from a creative perspective, we're drawn to diversity in all forms, because we want to explore the path less traveled. We don't want to tell the same stories over and again. We want to find the new experiences. We want to take audiences on new and different journeys. So I think writers and other narrative people are often push for that, because it's just more interesting to get your teeth into.
I think, once the stories reflect what's actually happening in the real world, people will see themselves like through their favorite medium. And I think that's what really builds a connection and what gets people like really involved and interested and, hooked. It doesn't necessarily have to be in their stories. It can be in, diverse stories. It can be in like Rihanna said, like new things to them. But I think it's actually, I personally think it's important to, advocate for who tells the story, and, when you have a diverse pool of candidates telling stories, you're going to have diverse stories, that have a lot of coverage, and it doesn't feel like it's being shoehorned in.
Do you think that kind of stuff is changing for the better in terms of people of diverse backgrounds and stuff kind of able to get to the point where they're making games, not just kind of the types of small indie games that Gary was talking about, but, getting positions at bigger companies and hopefully not feeling, alienated or pushed out?
I think we definitely see a movement. I think, you know, there's definitely a lot of talent that's allowing people to tell their own stories, right? Make their own Twine games or make their own indie games or demos or vertical slices that gives them that visibility to then, you know, jumpstart and, you know, onto their next platform and their next bigger thing. And then we also connect and we try to uplift each other. I know that there are things like Latinx in Gaming, which is a nonprofit that I helped co-found specifically for that reason, as well as partnering with other places like Game Devs of Color and looking into other initiatives to really support you know, everyone else that's trying to, you know, break into this field and tell their stories.
Yeah, I just want to add something to that. I think this whole conversation, we've been talking about different aspects here, but they're all really part of the same conversation. We're talking about, do games or can games accurately reflect the real world? And we're also talking about, do video game developers and publishers have diverse and inclusive staffs actually making those games? You can't have one without the other. Let's say that the next Assassin's Creed game took place during the American Civil War and you played a slave on a plantation in the deep American South. That might be a fascinating area to explore in terms of all the political and social, you know, themes that we're talking about here. But Ubisoft can never make that game until they have a team capable of making it and speaking to those issues in a way that is authentic. Like there's no way that I could tell a story like that because I haven't lived that experience. I'm not obviously talking about the historical experience, but I've never experienced racism. The only way that I could write a character like that would be mimicking what I've seen done before in other media, which inherently means I don't have anything new to bring to the conversation. It's going to feel kind of warmed over because that's what it would be.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's all about that intersectionality of like where we as humans like connect and how we evolve and work together, and where the strife comes from the drama that's inherently us being ourselves and dealing with our emotions. I think, you know, it's super important that, you know, we do have people in the room that are, you know, capable and ready to tell, you know, those stories from a personal place of authenticity. And even having them in the room doesn't necessarily always translate to that note will get hit or or what you see will get done. You know, like I've gotten shut down for giving, you know, Latinx feedback on something. I'm like, hey, that doesn't sound like something a Latino person would say. And, you know, I've been told like, oh, don't worry about it. It's just a smaller note. So, you know, just because I'm there, like, doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, I'm always like, have my ear open and I'm trying to do the best that I can for myself, for the community, for the people that aren't in the room. I think for me, it's really about, you know, like using that, you know, critique, professionally trained eye and ear and other not forms of ableist language. Here I am doing it again too. Like to really test ourselves and like grow and like make sure that, you know, we tell stories that resonate with and for everybody.
If that's what you're trying to do. And I think that's the real hard part right now is there is still a place for everybody's story. I think that's fine. I think we would much rather, speaking for myself at least, love to see a lot of authentic stories across the board than a lot of inauthentic stories that become very samey, right? That becomes flavor of the week, whatever the diversity movement that's big on the news right now, you know, there's going to be a character that represents that, and there's going to be, right? And then everything sort of becomes this sameness as opposed to, oh no, we've been telling a certain story for a long time. Now let's go get all the rest of the stories. But that doesn't exclude the other stories that we've been telling for a long time either.
I also think we've had a bit of a problem in the industry in all drawing from the same well sources. You know, when I started out in the industry, you know, I had interviews where I could just talk about Aliens or Terminator, and everyone would be, you know, there'd be the favorite movies and things like that. Tarantino is always referenced, you know, Tolkien. And there definitely is a need for creators to broaden their content in to produce better content out. And so, you know, there are so many great, you know, fantasy and futuristic writers that are, you know, aren't white guys like N.K. Jemisin or Nnedi Okorafor, or, you know, look at what the team behind Into the Motherlands is doing, which is not a video game. It's a tabletop RPG, but it's put together by a diverse team of creators. And Octavia Butler, we need to kind of diversify the sources that we're drawing from, because we're still all growing up with the same kind of movies. Most of us grew up in the 80s with the same kind of sci-fi and fantasy influences. And I think as the younger creators come up through the indie games, they're going to start drawing on more diverse sources as well, which hopefully will create more richer worlds.
How would you say that these pushes to reflect the real world affect how you approach narratives and narrative design? It seems like the kids are already kind of thinking about that stuff.
I think you get it in there in sort of small ways and subtle ways as a writer. As a freelance writer, you don't quite have that amount of power, so you're very beholden to the people you're working with, and you tend to kind of live around the edges to a degree, and it's a balancing act between getting what you want to say into the game, or even like little personal anecdotes and experiences, which I like to kind of fold into my games, kind of personal narrative Easter eggs and that kind of thing. Like my father passed away from Alzheimer's. He was interviewed about the memory he didn't want to lose, which was about the night I was born, where I think he went home from the hospital, drank half a bottle of whiskey, built some snowshoes out of tennis rackets, fell over in the snow a lot, and went to bed with a cat. And I think that I thought that was so lovely that I turned it into one of Lara's father's memories in Rise of the Tomb Raider. And I hadn't been a big fan of the father storyline, and I've been quite open about this. But unless you're sort of heading up a team, it can be difficult to push forward those ideas. So you tend to do it little by little when you're in my kind of position, and sort of it's always a balancing act.
And this becomes part of the irony for that exact thing. The people most in the power to do this are also the people least qualified to do this. So it becomes, and when I put Fogbank together, I was very aware of this. So it becomes beholden to us to say, okay, I've got the power, I'm in the place, I do care passionately about these issues, so I'm going to go forward with this, but I'm going to go forward with this knowing I don't actually know this. So I'm going to have to bring in a broad support group, and I'm going to have to listen to them, because without this, it becomes a failed message, right? It is the diversity version of the "hello, fellow teenagers" meme as the old person comes down, right?
Awesome. Well, I think that is a fantastic note to end on. So thank you, Rihanna, Gary, Juan, and Daniel for joining this discussion about the real world and game worlds. And thank you all for watching.
Mental health. I know it's an uncomfortable topic. It's hard to talk about. Taking a hard look at yourself can be really difficult. Looking in the mirror and knowing something's wrong. But do not be afraid to identify your weaknesses, address your trauma, and do self-work. It can be a painful journey to take on, but you are not alone. We all have our struggles, and there's help out there. We got together some experts for an informational and candid discussion about mental health and the work that still needs to be done.
Hi there, my name is Rebecca Valentine. I am a reporter with IGN, and I am here with an amazing panel of folks here to talk about mental health. I have Anita Sarkeesian, Gordon Bellamy, and Mike Wilson here to talk. Anita, could you please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you do and what you're about?
Sure. Yeah. I'm Anita Sarkeesian. I'm the executive director of Feminist Frequency. I'm most known for a series of videos I made called Tropes versus Women in Video Games that, ruffled a few feathers back in the day. And currently, we, as my nonprofit, we are running the Games and Online Harassment Hotline, which is a emotional support, text-based resource for folks who make and play games.
Awesome. Thanks, Anita. Gordon, how about you? Same question.
Hey,
Tell us who you are and what you're about.
Well, I'm Gordon Bellamy. I'm a professor at USC Games. I also lead the gay gaming professionals for the world. And I'm a lifer. I'm all in for games. That's why I'm here.
Awesome. And Mike, how about you?
I've been in the industry for a very long time, similar to Gordon, and I work mostly on the publishing side of things, working with independent developers, most recently with Devolver Digital and Good Shepherd, a couple of all indie labels. And in the past few years, I've gotten involved with TakeThis.org and just anytime somebody wants to talk about mental health in games, I volunteer because I think it's a pretty important issue, and I think games can be really useful for improving mental health.
So I guess just to get things started, the last year has been really hard on all of us. And I think, maybe it's given people, especially in gaming communities, different or new perspectives on mental health. So I guess just how has the last year been for you, and how has it changed or not how you think about mental health?
I think coming into this year, I thought a lot about how do we destigmatize discussion about mental health. I think everyone has had the opportunity to take a closer look at their own mental health journey. I guess my hope is that we're going to move in with a new baseline, right? In the same way that we think about physical health.
Well said. I'll jump in and just on top of what Gordon said, I'm somebody that's suffered with on and off with depression for most of my adult life. For an awful lot of people, gaming, online gaming especially, was like really medicinal for a lot of us and really kind of a lifeline. So that really caught my attention, and I'm personally leaning into that pretty strongly, like the idea of gaming for good medicine for people.
To copy Mike, I've dealt with depression for as long as I can remember. And I think that this moment has been really interesting because all of the tools that we have to distract ourselves, or actually speaking for me, is like I travel a lot. I used to travel twice a month. I'd be gone for weeks and weeks at a time. And so it's really easy to not see the depressive patterns in myself, and being like stuck alone in my house for a year. I really had to like spend time with that in a way that, was illuminating and interesting. And challenging.
So Mike and Anita, you both very specifically mentioned the ways in which for you mental health and gaming intersect. And, all of us here are people who are very involved in games and people who care very deeply about, promoting good mental health. So I guess, can we go in a little bit deeper about what it means for gaming and mental health to intersect? What do those two things have in common? Where do they meet?
I think one important thing to remember is that a lot of people use gaming as a coping mechanism when they're not feeling well, whether they've defined themselves as having depression or not, or identified in that way. I would love to be able to direct people to content that will nourish them in the way like we had this huge pandemic hit at Devolver called Fall Guys that wasn't created necessarily to be medicine for people, but that was a lot of the feedback we got from all over the world because it came out right at the height of lockdown, right when people were starting to break in the summer. And it was just reinforcement that like for me, media is like just another kind of nutrition, and there's junk food and there's good food, right?
I think sometimes I struggle to talk about the like games and mental health and the connections and they're there 100%, but I'm so much more interested in how we bring existing mental health infrastructure into the gaming space, and how, so I'm going to just keep plugging my hotline because that's what I'm here to do. But one of the things we do at the hotline is we train our agents who are answering your text messages to have cultural competency in games. So we make sure that they can speak your language, or they speak the language that it will be understood by you, or that, they will understand when you reach out. But you don't need to explain what Twitch is or Discord is. You don't need to explain the infrastructure of your own needs in order to get the support. And I think that is so important because so many of us are like extremely online, and we engage with games and online spaces in a very particular way that the folks who are not just don't speak the same language, even though they want to support us.
It's so important that there are hotlines and that there are known resources that are just there for nourishment, right? Because it is a whole new world that people are having to navigate. Content creators are navigating their own creative journey, and they're navigating a public-facing one where the world is acting on them, okay? Right, in possibly negative ways, okay? Like where the outcome is rarely like, oh, you accomplished this work of art and we love it, is actually not a highly monetized outcome. It's much more interesting to have them be under scrutiny and ridicule and that discourse, right? Like no one is effectively really monetized like good kindness uplift of developers in this public sphere alongside their art. Oh, oh yeah. Well, there you go. Then these are the stories that need to be told, right?
No, I'm just telling you, like, if anybody asks what Devolver's secret sauce is, that's the first word I say is kindness. Like we treat everybody we work with such unexpected levels of kindness that it freaks them out, right? And we don't have to lock anybody down at a contract or own their IP or force them to work with us. They can't wait to work with us. And yes, we have a good team that's good at what we do, but first and foremost in both Devolver and Good Shepherd culture is like anything less than overt kindness is you're not doing your job, right? And that's company culture. And we're a very small company, but we work with an awful lot of developers and ship a lot of games. And so, yeah, we've normalized that. And I try to be as loud about that as I can so that when people are trying to emulate what Devolver's accomplished as a team, that they understand that that's point number one. It's not just that we've got people that love games and know games really well. Everybody has that. But kindness keeps people coming to you and it makes you the first choice, right? So that's a big part of reversing that culture to me, is making kindness is the only cool that matters. And really promoting that.
I was thinking about earlier, I think, Gordon, you asked a question about like getting more specific about what we do with some things. And I was thinking about how I work with a lot of developers, and we're actually at Feminist Frequency working on a training for managers and leaders in the games industry to understand gender-based harm better in their workplace. And I think a lot about like what it means to be a manager and a leader in these spaces. And it really does come from us in a lot of ways. So like, Mike, what you're talking about of like, okay, well, the leadership of Devolver has to allow space for and teach and bring that kindness in to make sure that everyone is doing that, right? And I was thinking about how like part of, again, we talk about crunch a lot in games, right? It's an issue. It's an important thing to talk about, but there's also lots of other ways of like toxicity happens in game communities. Here's the thing: is the issues around mental health in games are not like limited to individual issues, right? Many of them are rooted in systemic structures and systemic issues. So like the fact that we have these really toxic workplaces that encourage and support and actually force crunch culture is a huge piece of mental health concern, right? I'm trying to say is we can't ask our employees to like be mindful of their mental health and to rest when they need it if we're not also willing to allow a lower output, right? A reduced output. And that's just the reality of like, you got to make a choice here. You can't be spouting like rest and mental health and all and expect the same level of work. And the reality is you're probably going to get a better quality of work at the end of the day. Because when we are rested, when we have taken care of ourselves, when we've had I think I started this and I didn't finish this by saying I got a text right before this started about how like a friend's publisher was like, hey, it's Friday today was we're recording this, and was like, hey, we need this thing by Monday. And he's like, no, like I'm not doing that to my team. My team has worked so hard. But I think that's some of what we need to normalize as well, right?
I would say lead by example, the same, what Anita was saying, demonstrate the behavior that you want to see out of other people, right? And do call them out in a respectful way and expect that they might not, as Anita said, might not be at that level yet and might take a mean swipe at you. And you've got to be ready to accept that with grace or not necessarily accept it, but reflect it with grace and not just become the part of the problem, right? So it's all those, we're all students and teachers, whether we want to be or not. Like, your behavior is teaching everyone in your orbit how they, it's an example, good or bad, right? So I try to remember that, whether it's in my industry or just in life, like you might not want to be a teacher, you might not want to be an influencer or a role model or whatever, but you are. And you're mostly influencing the people that are around you, which tend to be the people you love the most, right? So I think you just take that to your communities that you care about and go, this is how you do it. You don't say that, you just do it,
There's people who have power in this industry to influence people in the right direction, whether that's people who are in charge of studios or in charge of companies or in charge of communities. And then there's individuals who are responsible for themselves and are responsible, not to go online and, tell their favorite developer that they hate them.
Take care of yourself while also thinking about what kinds of impacts you can have in your ways, right? In your ways. Make ripples where you can. And that might be you are a manager and you are going to learn about how to be a more ethical manager that integrates mental health into your workplace. And you're going to fight for your employees to your bosses who might, right? Like that's a thing that you can do that is not public facing, but it'll have a big impact on the people you have power over, right? You and your friends are playing like games and you're in a lobby and someone is saying, like awful things, like call it out, because if you can, right? If you are in a space to do that, like call it out, be that person, make it not normal and not okay to hear abusive, predatory language in gaming spaces. Now, I say all of that with the recognition that this is a mental health panel and we all need to take steps back. We all need to check out sometimes. We all need to take care of ourselves. We don't all do well in confrontation, So like, don't feel bad if you need to take time for yourself. And if that's like 6 months, so be it.
Thank you so much for that. I think we're out of time. Really quick before we go, Anita, I know you have your hotline. I would love all three of you plug a mental health resource that you care a lot about that you think is valuable. Go.
Our hotline, you can find out more at gameshotline.org. We're at Games Hotline on all the things. If you want to use us right now, you can go ahead and do that. Just text support to 23368 anywhere in the US and we'll get with you. We'll talk to you. We'll support you.
TakeThis.org is another lovely organization full of mental health professionals and people from the games industry and that cross section. And they take their work very seriously. And I've been supporting them through Devolver and Good Shepherd, but also personally with my time and also putting my money where my mouth is, because this is an important issue.
I'll plug, gosh, well, I want to just replug both of your orgs. It's great. It's great that there is an ecosystem, right, for people to have choices and nuance. And just to go back to Anita's point, I think that the biggest thing people can do is identify who their we is, right? Who is your we? Finding your communities where you truly feel included and authentic is the most important thing that like all of us strive to do. And I guess sort of plug our nonprofit, Gay Gaming Professionals, for those who LGBTQIA, of course, but that is just one lens. I think everyone out there continuing to find communities around play, around identity, around discussion, where you feel you are your authentic self is the most important thing you can do. Obviously, these very specific mental health resources can augment that, but they should hopefully just be augmenting your day-to-day experience in and around games.
Gordon, Anita, Mike, thank you all so much for doing this. This has been an absolutely wonderful discussion. Hope everybody has a wonderful E3. Take care of yourselves.
Bye.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Rebecca Valentine, for that panel. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, you are loved, you are needed. If you need help, it's okay to talk about it. I think that's been the big thing, right, Jackie? I think we are doing better of having the conversation that it's all right not to be all right and talk to people.
Yeah, I mean, life is hard. We all face our own struggles. I think the big thing I took away from that panel is that we can have conversations about this. It's okay to reach out to someone. It's okay to be like, hey, I need help. I'm having a really tough day. I'm in my own head. I'm overthinking stuff. I do it a lot. So I think we can all relate to that. But as you were saying, don't be afraid to reach out for help and know we're all going through it. And I'm sure Golden Boy, you can attest to that as well.
Yeah, I've been working in esports for many years now, and it's always been a thing where it's like people don't like to talk about it. People would view it as a sign of weakness, but it's not. It isn't at all.
It's a sign of strength.
Yeah, it's a sign of strength if you're able to talk about it. Whether you are a streamer, content creator, esports professional player, or just a normal gamer, just like us, who just love video games, like talk about this stuff. It is important to do so. It is good for you. Reach out to loved ones, friends, family. The amazing hotlines that were also provided in that panel as well. Lots of great resources out there. And let's just keep having a conversation, because I think that's the most important thing in the end.
100%, right? TakeThis.org, Anita's hotline, and FindYourWords.org, a great toolbox for you to get help or help those in your life. But for now, let's move on. It is actually happening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the end of day 1 of E3, but there are so many, there's 3 more days ahead of us. Of course, tomorrow will be day 2, and we are talking about a jam-packed show starting at 9:35 a.m. Pacific time with 24 Entertainment. Then, 10 a.m., it's the big one, Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase. 12:15, Square Enix. Yes, everybody, I've seen the new Black Panther image they put up today. Don't worry. 2 p.m., Warner Brothers Games is here with Back 4 Blood. 2:30, it's the PC gaming show, and then at 4:10, it is Future Games. That is just tomorrow. That is the next day. That's what's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more to watch tomorrow. It's going to be amazing. Jackie, what are you most excited for?
Gosh, that's so tough. For some reason, Starfield popped up in my head.
Yeah, I wonder why. Maybe it's a big deal.
Maybe it was a scenario around me, right?
Yeah.
I've watched that teaser trailer so much and have tried to come up with all of these ideas about what it's about, and literally it's just space, a little satellite thing, and a bunch of colors. And I'm like, why am I reading into this so much? But I want to see more.
Todd Howard, take my money.
Yes, please. But I think that's the one I'm most excited to see more about. So yeah.
Golden Boy, do I have to ask?
Well, okay. First, I'm going to say very excited to check out Back 4 Blood stuff tomorrow.
Yes.
I love that game. It is amazing. The folks at WB, Turtle Rock, they're awesome folks. So I'm excited for that. Naraka Blade Point, I played it. We're going to talk about it tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to that. But Halo.
Why don't we even ask him? Exactly. Why don't we even ask?
That's all I want. I just want to be the Master Chief. I just want to shoot some Covenant, some grunts. I just want to live my best life. I want to, take on the brutes. I want to shoot a BR again, an assault rifle. I don't know what it is. I just want to play Halo. I love Halo so much. That's all I care about. So I'm so excited for it tomorrow.
Of course, I can't wait to find out all about the unexpected. But if I'm being honest, Square Enix, right?
Yes.
Number 1,
yes.
Marvel's Avengers, because I'm a huge dork. But number 2, there has been a rumor about a different Marvel game from Square, maybe. And so I'll just wait to see if that happens tomorrow, if it doesn't. Let's get the media team out here.
Yeah.
Come on out.
Michael from GameSpot, Dan from Nerdist.
Cue the Saturday Night Live music.
Please,
Damon Hatfield, host of IGN's
Get up here. Get up here.
Come here.
We love you guys.
Is there anything else to make fun of Blessing about? Is there anything else to make fun of him about?
You need to put do your dishes, dog. I love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for Preview Day here at E3 2021. Yay. We're back with you, of course, live at 8:45 a.m. Pacific tomorrow as we get ready for 24 Entertainment, Xbox, and so much more. We will see you then. For now, though, have a good night.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, my God, I forgot about it.